Well,
There he is.
I'll take up some time. I'm Seth A.M.
Welcome.
It looks like
I'm Days. Who we got over
we're
here?
off center a little bit.
Maddawg Miller. We got Maddawg Miller.
You can change it.
Who are you?
I already said myself. I'm Days.
Oh shit! Well, I'm the Vanilla boy, spelled an E, not an I.
Days Produce. We here once again. The haters have not convinced us to stop.
We don't cater to the hater.
Yeah, but no catering to the hatering.
Why?
That's got to be a line in the next song.
No, we're not doing
Catering
all
to the
that.
hatering.
I do not cater to haters.
Yeah, I need to move the camera over a little bit. Just a little bit.
How do you
Going
feel
up on
about
the
What's your
elevator.
favorite holiday?
I would say Christmas.
Why?
Dude, it's just the vibe,
Dude, we're close to Halloween, bro. Why you shitting on Halloween?
bro. Halloween's a shit. Let's be honest, bro. What is the point?
You're not gonna dress up?
I mean, I am, but like,
What are you gonna dress up as?
I'm gonna be a tourist looking at fucking fine ass cheetah cat.
Oh, okay, fair.
Oh, like
Yes,
you're on
I
a
see.
safari?
Yes. Are you gonna have a jeep? A green jeep.
We're not in the automatic, robotic, little fucking.
You need like
You
a.
got this.
You need somebody to.
Oh, yeah.
You got to get somebody to dress up as like a safari ranger,
I'm not telling you.
like a tour guide.
Yeah.
Bro's gonna be no. He's gonna be like, look at this cheetah right here.
Dude, what if your costume is like the Jeep built around you and your tour guide's just like a fake mannequin?
What if you're Jimmy John?
Jimmy John.
Jimmy
who
John.
hunts fucking almost extinct animals.
Yeah, who hunt lions and shit.
Yeah, shout out to that guy.
Elephants.
So I've seen this dude. He was on the Rogan podcast. Is where I found him. But he goes to those places like Africa and hunts like zebra and eats some
Yeah.
shit. He's eating monkey.
Monkey?
Right? Oh yeah. He's eating dolphin.
Dude, it might be good. I'm just saying it might be good. I've never tried it.
Bro, monkey is too close to me. It's too close.
I'm just saying.
That goes too against the things I do.
Yeah, I was about to say I can't say that it's bad because I've never tried it.
So, okay, hold on. Let's do a hypothetical right
You
now.
want to try it?
I would maybe.
This is going to put all of our morals into question,
Yeah.
at least the people watching. So, let's say you're at a buffet, right?
Okay.
And over this peculiar-looking food that was obviously just like off the grill or something, you look up and it's like human. Would you try it?
No.
I would try it.
No. No amount of seasoning.
It was like a finger.
Dude, if it looked like a body
Just
part,
throw a nail in
yeah,
it.
I would probably not. But if it was just like cooked meat, I'd be like,
I would at least, at the bare minimum, I would try it. Would you try it?
No,
Why?
I don't want to.
Why do you not want
What
to?
do you mean?
This is great. This is great. The fact that you're acting like this means you have to have a reason. So what's your reason? Here, take it.
I just don't know why you would enjoy being curious about wanting to eat a human farts.
Why would I enjoy being curious? That's your wording? I would say I just am curious, and I would, if it was right in front of me. Like,
That's
oh,
your
shit.
wording.
I mean,
They put it on a sign. That works for me. If I'm just trying it, you know.
Okay, so I guess not enjoying being curious about it, but
I'm I would have to say that if I'm going with my gut here, I'm against humans eating humans.
I feel like that's fair.
I also think that's fair.
I think that the thing would be like, were they dead anyways? Like they had just died.
Are you asking that question to them, or are you just taking it because it's in front of you?
Like we,
I'm
yeah,
just
fair.
ladder.
Are you gonna go up and say,
No.
"Where'd this come from?"
I am not.
So why aren't you like calling the police? Like, yo, there's these people selling human food, and they're like, "What, human food?" And you're like, "No, like human as food."
Well, I would say that I'm under the parameters of like, yeah, we all know it's just chill.
Like, what if we went to Africa or something, and they're like, we don't have any other food, this is human. Somebody died, and we cooked them.
I'd leave.
I would try it and then leave.
die to eat.
Now my curiosity.
If I'm going to Africa, I'm bringing food.
That's fine, but if you run out, something bad happens. I'm putting it in a crazy hypothetical.
Okay,
It's illegal
if we
to bring it on like airplanes and stuff.
we're making it a whole food.
Like zebra, like if you got.
Oh
like
right,
zebra,
yes, you
lion,
can't
shit
just
like
cross borders with that. But okay, if you're putting me in a life or death scenario,
That is
yeah,
different. Yes, I feel that.
I would eat human in a life or death scenario.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. I understand what you're saying.
But if it's like one of the stalls in
a buffet. Yeah.
has human meat, and I'm like, no, I'm not eating that.
I guess I'd be lying if there wasn't this huge side of myself that were like,
Curious.
I wonder, what do I taste like?
Okay, so you said finger.
Now,
Is
if
it like
you ate a piece of yourself, who's to tell you no?
If it was painless, I would be more interested.
And that's
Okay, I would try my own finger if it was like.
You didn't have to cut it off.
Like if I dipped it in the fucking fryer.
You fried
and It's
it?
fried.
all right. What if they take some of your like muscle cells and they clone it into like with stem cells?
I would try it.
Like how they do like McDonald's and shit. How they do their meat now. Like it's just like printed meat. And
Yes.
Putting
I would
McDonald's
try
on
that,
blast
But
right
they
now.
print it with his cells.
So is McDonald's human meat?
That's fine. Well, my curiosity would be dead then. I do like it.
But humans are making.
I do like it.
I can almost guarantee it tastes good. I can almost
Oh,
guarantee
yeah.
If it was sitting in here right in front of us roasted, it would smell phenomenal.
Dude, I bet it'd
love that
probably
we're
be the
talking
best
about
kind of
this.
meat.
I love that we're on this pocket of conversation.
Like, cause I don't know.
Dude, I feel like finger meat would.
Fried finger.
I feel like finger meat would suck.
Finger meat's not
Tough.
Like my bicep, maybe. I could see that being good.
All right, fair. Yeah, be more.
My
the
thigh?
Peck?
Oh yeah, my pec, bro. Yeah. Been working out every day. I got titties now.
The teardrop right here, this fucking muscle.
Yeah.
Right here,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
The calf, bro.
oh yeah.
See.
Ooh, that calf is some good juice.
Getting
I know you
hungry.
guys are looking at mine.
I am getting hungry over here. I'm licking my lips.
Yeah.
And if it was sitting right in front of us roasted, it'd smell phenomenal. There'd be a temptation to it. It would be like, this smells good. Smells like I should eat it,
I put it in my taco.
but I
Can
know.
we can we hold the stance of we just eat animal meat because that's more realistic compared to we're all animals, even humans are animals.
The final argument I will bring up is that you can get a specific disease. It's the same disease as mad cow disease.
But it would be mad dog disease.
It would be
Mad Dog. If we ate Mad Dog, yes.
it would be essentially they would call it mad cow disease, but there's like a scientific name for it. But it's where when you eat the same protein that you're made of, it can like fuck with your body and it can
Yeah, that
literally
makes
you'll
sense.
die.
Fair. I mean, yeah. If
If you're
there's a
eating it
run-
regularly, eating human meat regularly for a human
You're
will
recycling
most likely
cells.
kill you.
Fair. Yeah, that's a good argument for my curiosity to not be there.
Tasting it, it's a risk, but I get it. It's like it's not like you're eating it all the time.
Yeah, it'd be more of a what does this taste like, and then my curiosity would be fulfilled, and then I'd be all, dude. If you were starving, you wouldn't be good.
Oh yeah, if I was starving, brother, I would kill someone.
Yeah,
yeah,
and
true.
that's another thing where it's like, okay, either I die from starvation or I maybe die from eating human. I'll pick the maybe die from eating
Yes.
human because it's life or death.
It's more likely that you'll actually survive. That was a great intro.
Would you guys be able to eat me if I died? But it wouldn't be like we're trapped and I just die. It would be more like, all right, who's gonna give it up? For the
Who's
rest
gonna
of-
die first
yeah,
to
who's
eat?
For the rest of everybody to.
No
Are you
way.
saying you'd
No
sacrifice yourself?
way.
If I was like, yeah, I guess I'll be the one to die.
No, I'd say we duel.
Okay, we fight to the death.
I would say we all starve to death.
What if-
at that point?
Dude, I feel like I would prefer not to eat.
Yeah.
you
How
guys.
about we don't do that? Let's all die.
I want to
Someone's dying,
duel.
I feel like. Yeah, I feel like I'm with Seth. That would be a cool way to go out, just dying by the homie.
Okay, well let's put it this way though, right? Okay, you guys duel, and it's the closest match ever.
Bro, imagine you're the one to beat Maddawg.
Yeah.
You're the one to shut the kid
And then
up.
eat
But then
him.
also,
And eat him.
while
Eat him.
but while I'm
Eat him.
eating him, my leg is broken, and maybe I have a broken rib, and like that's what I'm saying. Like it's not gonna be a clean fight. So
You gotta understand that's part of the duel. It's like,
but then I just die anyway.
you gotta
what's the
not
point?
only do you owe it to him to win, you owe it to him to be uninjured.
Honestly, where's your integrity in this starving?
Yeah, I guess I should have thought about the one-on-one
Seth would
duels.
have to. Come on, bro. You got the most meat on you, bro.
I'd probably have to just
True.
sacrifice myself.
That would be the nicest option.
People
Yeah.
come in, we're just feral as fuck.
The most amount of people would be able to eat if Seth.
All right,
sacrificed
3 against
himself.
1.
Yeah.
If
You
we
should
just-
understand.
Listen, you were the one that said you wanted the duel.
I'll fight you,
just-
but I
just didn't-
understand.
Right. So it is to the death.
Yeah, you guys would have to kill me.
Do that 3-on-1. I'd have
Dude,
to. I'd be like,
I don't even think I could do one-on-one.
What if I just?
Well, with your friend.
To the
But
death.
I'm hungry too, so if you don't try to kill me,
exactly.
I'm punching you.
I get that. Dude,
Either
and
I eat all 3 of you.
Keaton knows this the best of all of us, I would imagine. But would you agree that all of us would be very different people if we were starved and put in a survival extreme situation?
100%.
It'd be going down to like blame. It'd be like whoever's
Yes.
idea. It'd be like, Seth's the one that fucking got us into this shit.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Seth should
I'm not
die.
done. And that motherfucker brought us here.
Wait, Seth, fuck that guy.
Oh,
anyway.
let's go on a skiing trip in the Alps. Nothing bad will happen. Fucker. Now we're gonna die. I'm killing him.
It's very different in that perspective. That's why I was gonna bring it up to Keaton, because you fast, so you know what being starved is like.
It's
How is it?
it's weird. It's.
Are you a different person?
I would say so. Yeah, dude, you're like especially sober, because it's like you're just at the height
It's what?
of.
Especially sober? Is that what you said?
So, for context,
Oh, he's got to do. Wait, we didn't even tell them.
yeah,
Now
that's
we
what
are.
I'm telling him right now.
Yeah, please.
So, Maddawg is now doing push-ups because he said the words. It's like,
And that doesn't count because that was an explanation.
yeah.
Yes, that's the game rule right now. We realize that we say it too much. So there's got to be a punishment for every time it's said.
Is it too much, or we're just too free-flowing with it?
I personally do not like how much I say.
Fair.
It's like.
All right, that's it.
No, that was conscious. That was not unconscious.
Thank God.
We talked about
This
it
is
on
not the
Swiss.
unconscious cast.
We talked about it on Matter of Fact.
Did you guys talk about it on a matter of fact?
I believe we did talk about it on. Yes,
I mentioned
I
it.
talked to Seth about it. Yes.
Fair.
I would like to say it like 70% less.
Same.
Yes.
I would
I
like to
agree
say
with
it
that.
when the sentence calls for it. When it's actually like something.
Not just because I'm trying to come up with something to say.
Well,
Yeah.
and sometimes the sentence calls for it, but there's other options you can use in its place.
Right.
And I would prefer to use other options sometimes and not always every single time
Yes.
it's like is possible
Yeah.
that to be the thing I pick.
How many did you do? 25?
That's
Yeah, I'm gonna do
fucking crazy,
25
bro.
if I.
All right, I guess I'm
I'm-
doing
if I
25
say-
if I
I gotta
say
be
it's like.
very conscious of everything I say.
Yeah, this is the conscious cast, so.
Dude, can we talk about our
I'm
haters?
heavy, okay?
Our hairs?
Our
It's hard to
haters?
do 25 push-ups for
Yeah,
me.
I know that's something I would want to talk
Heavy.
about, but no, our haters.
I'm just not going to say
What is it?
nothing.
Oh,
yeah, we can
okay.
talk about our haters.
Yeah, can we please talk about our haters? Because this shit is hilarious.
They would love the clout. So.
It gives me so much motivation to know that every reel that we post is going to get at least one person talking about how stupid it is. That keeps me going. I don't
Here's-
know about you guys.
Here's what it's doing for me. It's covering a lot of bases because a lot of the things they're saying are very, like, blatantly untrue.
Right.
I don't know if that one counted.
I mean, oh, I see what you're saying.
Honestly, I didn't even hear it.
Yeah.
Or what?
Right.
So it's like,
Are you guilty right now
All
or
right,
not?
bro.
Okay. Damn. This breaks up the conversation, too, so this is going to be a very different episode for you guys. He was the one that was going to go on the spiel. Now we got to figure it out
Yeah.
because he's doing push-ups.
Talk at the same time.
Most even yeah,
So,
somebody
what'd
holding
you
the
have
mic.
to say?
I'm at 8 right now.
All right,
You got this.
He's really figuring it out. But either
They're
way,
saying we're not working hard enough and we should get
Oh, yeah,
jobs, and they're saying we should do all this stuff.
he is doing push-ups while he's speaking.
They're saying
And that we shouldn't smoke on the podcast.
aren't
Fucking
showing off our
grandpa.
value
Yeah, that
enough.
wasn't even a hater. That was a family member.
They're saying we should kick Keaton off.
Yes, he's the worst.
True.
one.
Which my grandpa's innocent.
You did some.
Or,
I
don't attack him.
don't even know.
You did a lot more
There's
than
at
you
least,
said you
like-
were gonna do earlier. So I
Yeah.
respect that.
They were half-ass push-ups. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's why you did more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I had to do 25, so
Yeah, at least you
except
did
that I
it.
did maybe 20. I don't know if you can see on the camera.
You
But either
can't.
way, them saying that and us being like, that's clearly untrue. It's just like, oh, okay, these things that. Did I say it's
No,
like
you
again?
said it's just like. You technically got out of it, but you did. You said it's just like. So
yeah, I got to be real careful
that's
here.
Oh, yeah.
technically not what the rule is.
Yeah.
You're tired, bro.
Well-
You're not thinking correctly.
Yeah, we're gonna be more tired from doing push-ups, so we're more likely to say it.
I want to smoke.
I would love to roll one.
I want to drink more of my
Yeah, I'm
Your-
gonna
your
get a
Paloma.
Well, here
Pretty delicious.
I'm gonna put Keaton on the spot while I grab another beer. What do you think about the fact that we are just getting haters every single reel, no matter what?
Yeah,
I think
it
it
is
shows
is
that-
literally 100%.
I think it's at least once. At least once a video.
Oh, yeah.
It's guaranteed. And I think it shows, for one, the TikTok community.
Yep.
Uh,
Yes. Shout out to Alyssa for
just
cooking on the
people in
Conscious
general.
Cast.
To where we know that there's going to be a person out there that's going to say some bullshit. That we don't even know. It's going to be a new person.
Yeah.
There's new people every time. There's
But-
this one. Has this dude that said why you do the podcast? Has he even commented again since
Yes.
then?
Yeah, that was the guy that commented 3 times on our response.
Before that though, has he been back?
He commented back under his comment, not on other videos.
Okay. Yeah. So
but we
new people
directly added him essentially, so he came back. He can't help himself.
and we gave him a real.
Yeah.
Well, most of us gave him real genuine answers. I still gave an actual answer.
Yeah, I was about to
just
say I
saying
didn't
it's
feel like
way.
yours wasn't genuine. It's just
Well,
funny.
And somebody said that we said we have value, but none of us talked about what value we bring.
Yeah.
Why the fuck do you deserve to know that?
I just number one, we
Watch
have
us.
we were responding to a question. Why do we have a podcast? And the response is,
Bubble.
I have a podcast because I have value.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all the response we need.
Yeah.
If you want to see us talk about our value, watch the podcast. That's
Yo.
why we have it.
Bro, well fucking
Bars.
said.
Well said.
Bars.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I agree. And we only had a 15-second response time anyway
True.
to be able to fit.
Right. They wanted a 1-minute video from the 4 of us to display everything.
I find that to be astounding that we reply to a comment that's being a hater, but we reply to it like it's a serious question. And then 3 other motherfuckers poke their head up and almost double down on the hate. They
Yeah.
say this guy should just be out of the group. Everyone except for this guy has got it down.
Dude, and that guy that said that doesn't have a podcast.
This guy has no idea what he's doing, apparently, is what one of the comments was saying. He probably knows who you are.
He said you were the anchor, and I wanted to comment. I wanted to comment and be like, "Yeah, he's holding us down," but like not in a
He's
negative.
holding
Like
us
he's
down?
holding it down, bro.
Yeah,
like
he's got
relax.
this shit on lock.
Don't worry about it. But I was like, that could totally be taken the wrong way. So I was like, all right, I'm just not gonna say anything.
Somebody else. Sorry.
No, you're
I didn't want to
fine.
put you on blast on accident.
I'm only trying to talk because I don't know if more people have
Yeah.
more things to say.
Somebody else commented saying that they were talking about the way I edited the video.
True.
I didn't use CapCut Pro. I didn't use anything like that. I just used the fucking editing features in TikTok.
Oh, okay.
So there's just like emojis and GIFs and stuff.
You weren't
And
even like, did you even put a single caption?
no captions.
Yeah, so I was confused on him saying. At least it was like.
He's saying I was putting a emoji or a
Every
GIF
word.
for every word. Really, I was
Did you say
putting
GIF?
it to.
Yeah, we've talked
A
about
GIF.
this.
Sorry.
I call it GIF.
It's a GIF. The first time I ever heard it, it was pronounced GIF.
It's literally derived from a
Hieroglyphics,
word that
right?
is
Right.
starts with a G.
Graphics.
It is GIF.
It's graphics interchange format.
I've always
The
called it GIF.
graphics determines that it's
Dude,
a
you were
G
just-
that sounds like G.
You were just by proxy smart.
Well, the first time I ever heard it, that's how it was
Same.
pronounced.
I also heard a GIF as the
Well,
first time.
And Barack
Sorry.
Obama declared it that nationally.
He declared
yes.
it.
Yes.
It's a
I'm
law
glad
now.
he's
It
hitting
was his
those
decree.
heavy topics.
Yeah.
Those big
It was
Thank you,
polarizing
It was
topics.
important.
Thanks a lot, Obama.
They say he's.
Obama said.
They say the president is chief citizen.
So what? The most accurate representation of due diligence?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Supposed to
Oh
be.
my
That makes sense.
Supposed to be
God,
the
bro.
most.
That makes
the
sense.
most.
I hate that.
But that is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that. Sorry.
He's supposed to be, or the president is
I hear
supposed
you,
to be the shining example of what a citizen of the United States
Supposed
would
to
act
be.
like,
So
what
yeah.
they
Supposed
would
to be
do
as
with their life.
accurate.
yeah.
So that is literally Trump. I hate to say it,
You think he's like how everyone should act?
dude. Yeah,
The spitting image of a citizen
He
in the
kinda
United
acts
States
12.
is
not bad.
not bad. Is a
Better than Kamala, at least.
Okay, well that
I'm
doesn't
not-
mean it's not bad.
I don't have to like Kamala to hate Trump.
Right.
But I mean, that's
If
why
I had to
think they
rate
should-
him on a scale of 1 to 10, it wouldn't be a 10, and
It'd
that's
be like
all
a
I'm saying.
4.
I could pick someone else
I
to
would
be
say
a better shining example.
Yeah, 5 is good.
Yeah. So
Uh,
who's a 10? And can
I
we
don't think
pick?
there's ever a 10.
Nobody that's
Is there
ever
someone
been
that's a
president
7
is a
or
10.
an 8 or a
I
9?
would say-
JFK was like a 7 or
Bro.
alive today?
Obama was like a 6 or a 7.
Like people who haven't been president yet, but it's like fuck. Joe Rogan. I said it again.
True.
Joe Rogan would be
Oh,
a
you
better
said it.
shining example of what a citizen should be like to me.
Dude, I agree.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see Joe
So
Rogan being.
why do we have Donald Trump? He's not the shining example. There's better examples.
Dude, that's the thing is that like all the shining examples are smart enough to not want to be president.
Because our system is set up to not let them be the shining example. It's more about making money for the people behind the scenes.
Very correct.
The thing about not to make fucking Donald Trump such a central person. He's very hot
I
topic
mean,
right
yeah,
now.
that's what we're talking about the presidents right now. So
But Donald Trump, the best argument that I have heard against him, and it's something that I thought of, at least when I was thinking about other people, is
like,
have I
this
ever
was an
told
original
you
idea.
the props versus validity?
Oh yeah.
Have I told you about what props versus validity is? So people like to side with people because, how do I word this?
Because popularity is driving the narrative.
The fact that Trump can do a debate and make fun of and ridicule his opponent is so funny that people want to side with him because he's funny more than they want to side with him because he's a legitimate, great representation of character to drive the country. Do you get what I'm saying? He's a powerful force. That's why they side with him.
Of course, I would agree with that. But I think the first time within the first like election that he was a part of, it was that way where people were siding with him just because he was funny and shit.
You
like
don't
that.
think it's the same right now?
I think he's had 4 years of backup, what do we say? 4 years of
Term?
like what we say with like our podcasting personality going forward. Like we have guests now, so when we ask people in the future, we have
Testimonials?
Yes.
is it testimonials?
Testimonials is
proof of like, hey, we really do
Essentially.
Credibility.
Yes.
credibility's good.
Yes, he's given himself the
Experience.
credibility and experience of the past 4 years to be like, look at the 4 years I was in office, and then look at the last 4 years that you've been a part of. So it's hard to go against that if you're voting, and I'm not even voting.
I can. It's like it's
Seth.
easy. Fuck. Bro, this is why I didn't want to take this challenge.
But you said it earlier that you were gonna do it, so now you're just fulfilling
Did
that
I?
destiny.
Hey, can I do the?
Yeah,
Hey, can I do the 25 for him?
Like 20
Huh?
times.
Can I do the 25 for you?
What would
I
be
said-
the point
I
of the
said-
statement?
Oh, you're saying that because I said I'm going to say it like 20 times, that's why I'm saying it? I don't agree with that. I say it because we say it all the time. That's why I'm saying it.
I didn't start
Fair,
saying
you-
around y'all. I ain't-
Here, I'll give you the mic because I'm gonna confront you.
go ahead.
But you have done it the most. Would be the only point in Noah's favor.
I thought Noah would say it the most. Honestly.
Are you saying it's not possible that I already just do it the most?
I don't know. That's a good point. I have no idea. He said, "What if I'm already the one that does it the most anyway?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. To be fair, but it is a good point in your favor."
I can't say for sure who does it the most. I can't say for sure who does it the most. However, I am a firm believer of like not saying don't let me forget, and instead saying help me remember, because now in your head the word remember instead of forget is prominent in the scenario that you're referring to. And I think when you're like, yeah, I don't want to take that challenge because I already know I'm going to say it a bunch of times, sets you up to say it a bunch of times because you've already given yourself the out, essentially.
Fair. I think it drew more attention to me, and I think there's times where we're saying it that we're not noticing it.
Yes, I'm trying to, dude, honestly, it's when I'm paying attention where I am thinking, now I'm being very conscious of it. But I have not noticed myself say it yet. However, maybe I'm not paying attention and then coming back.
Not to disagree with you as well. I don't genuinely think I've said it yet.
I don't think I have
to
either, but I don't know.
Add into my sentences without saying it genuinely on the premise of explaining what was going on.
Unfortunately for me, I haven't been paying enough attention to say one way or another.
Yeah,
Fair.
and then I hear you say
Fair.
it, and yeah, I almost just said it right there. I'm glad I didn't,
Yeah.
but I don't even know what even led to that.
We were talking about Trump.
It is
Oh,
easy
yes.
to look at someone who is closer to a 10 and compare them to someone who's compared to them further from a 10 and be in support of them because at least they're better than
Yes.
the most relevant competition.
Yeah.
I don't think Joe Biden and his 4 years of presidency are a good enough reason to vote for anyone in particular.
Yeah, he makes Trump look great because Biden looks so embarrassing.
That is the agenda.
Right, it's perfect.
I think that's exactly the intention.
and it's perfect. It works out perfectly.
Dude, wait till Trump gets elected, and then we'll all see exactly that. That was the whole plan the whole time.
That Joe was
He was a decoy.
yes, a decoy is a great word.
We don't ever get to see a 10 because if they were actually a 10, it would be someone who serves the entire populace more evenly and doesn't pick one side or the other.
Right.
And I mean, not to say they shouldn't pick sides on certain things because having a stance is important.
Right.
But it is to say that they shouldn't be so closed-minded on either end, and I think Joe Biden and Donald Trump are both closed-minded on certain topics.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
They're paid to be.
yeah.
Yeah.
What if Joe is not actually just a stumbling, senile old man?
Right.
And he's just acting.
I could totally see that being the case.
No, I can't, bro.
He's genuinely an old, decrepit
How would you know?
man.
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, if you want to really get into my theory, because I mean, like you said, how would I know? I don't know shit. But this motherfucker's a robot or an alien or something. This motherfucker.
But
is
that's
not
the
a
point.
human.
That's the point. He's paid to be the way that he
There's
is.
no pain going on. He's like.
He
they
could be a
made him.
really, really good actor.
I don't think
If
there's
they-
a human. It's a robot.
So was he a robot when he was Obama's vice president?
No, have you seen him then and now? His ears are like all connected all of a sudden instead of like loose.
Oh, the different type of ear?
Yeah,
I
like,
can't say I've looked into anything
Dude,
like
I've
that,
looked
so
into
I
it,
don't
bro.
know.
he's got like different like neck features and shit like that. Like that's how
Well,
he
he's
aged
older.
so fast. But that's what I'm saying. He aged so fast.
Well,
it's easier to replicate humans when they're like old as fuck looking than
well, what if it's? I almost said
when they're
it.
new. Yes, new
What
instead
if?
of young.
Dude, I'll roll.
He will rap like that.
Well, not only that, but
He
what
goes
if
on and
it's
off.
easier to pass off the old senile man if he stops? Like maybe he had a bunch of medicine that was keeping him younger looking, so his neck doesn't look so old. And it's like the older he looks, the more senile he can play into and just be getting away with that. I'm not saying that that's what's going on. I don't really know,
Why are
but I would
we-
never know.
I think that the thing with America in particular is that the people that are like on the inside,
They are like,
I found a loophole. Let's go.
I don't know if that counts, but I hear you.
Well, hold up.
The just like.
Did that make sense? I said they're like. I feel like
Yeah.
that-
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Did I say that as a filler though?
I don't know. I just heard it.
What are
Yeah.
they like?
Yeah, what are they like?
So they're like, fuck, dude, I need to stop. I need to stop doing this to myself. So, the people that are making the money and that are really behind everything are even further beyond the president. Like the Illuminati type shit, but that's like a joke. But they're the real Illuminati. And I think they're fooling the presidents. They're fooling the people at the White House.
So are you saying like the Illuminati is real, but just not the Illuminati that's painted out to be on the internet?
Yeah.
I could see that.
And maybe it's not called that, but either way, the concept of a secret society of people who are running the show behind the scenes
Mm-hmm.
is very likely to be true.
It's literally like episode in seasons. Like this season of America is fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Like Donald Trump's about to literally be president, and the only time he's ever been president was against beating females, bro. That
Facts.
you can't make this shit up. It
Facts.
is so funny.
Dude, okay.
never thought of that.
It's
Hold
so
on.
Funny.
Sorry to take it off topic again. We got to put some parameters on this it's like thing.
Wait, hold. Did I do it again?
You said like and then continued your story, and then also you said
Bro, we can talk about my vocab later, all right?
no. I'm just saying I don't think it's fair to Seth to do push-ups 3 times, getting called out, and then you're allowed to just say like. I don't know,
In the tube.
but I'm like, fuck. I am like.
Behind the
See, that's what I'm
laptop?
saying. It's like
Behind the laptop?
It's like all right. I'm doing push-ups.
What? You're doing push-ups for that?
Just fucking said it's like.
You guys like it more sauteed?
Dude, I feel like you called me out. And the
good.
reason of you saying like is because you called me out. Bro,
It's-
I gotta do it.
I'm the only one that hasn't done any push-ups yet. This is rhetoric, so you can't make me do push-ups. But it's like not doing push-ups because I don't say it's like. You know? So this is a very different episode. I'm not even in the camera,
We're
bro.
talking politics.
Yeah.
My watch off if I'm gonna be doing push-ups. That just sucks.
I do this every time, but I love making the topics around our current events as the guys. I love talking about the hate we've been getting, the new systems and content creation that we're putting together. What do you think about the 6 posts a week? What do you both think about the 6 posts a week and how we're doing it? 3 different people making 2 reels a week. That's pretty crazy.
Plus, I've dropped a couple things too.
True.
I think we're just active, bro. We're doing it.
I think we just be doing the damn thing.
I'm getting the engagement.
Yeah, we be doing the damn thing, bro. At the Vanilla Boy.
Dude, is this about to be the taco cast? La comida cast?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
De la comida que es-
The Quasadilla cast.
The quesadilla
How are you gonna be eating?
I was going to say take turns.
with our mouths.
I was thinking one at a time.
I will go last. I don't mind. I have a lot of shit to talk, so I don't mind.
Salad kit.
I just wanted to buy some time to
It was
roll a
it was the
joint
cheapest option that had lettuce in it.
This is the best shit, though, to be fair.
from
Yeah, that's
Aldi.
good shit.
They got like,
We love Aldi.
I thought the bags. Shredded lettuce is kind of bad. So.
They had bags of shredded lettuce, but they were more expensive than that.
Were they really?
Head of lettuce, they're like $1.
Oh, I didn't even look at the head of lettuce.
Oh shit! That shit goes bad so fast though. I'm always throwing like half of heads away.
Sorry. That's not over by the refrigerator, that's why you don't know it's over there. It's by the
It's dope.
Wait, we went to the produce.
It's right.
Days
where the
produce?
apples,
Days
oranges, that
produce.
type of stuff, it's over by those areas.
Fair. Yeah.
Anyways, whoever
Yeah,
wants to
sure.
go get a taco first.
Yeah,
Go first.
I'll go last. That's fine.
Why y'all? Okay.
I will.
I just know with having the most meat on your bones, if we needed to eat somebody,
But
that
we
you
eat
would
one
probably
at a
want to eat
time?
more.
Yeah, I don't mind us eating one at a time.
I'm chill with that.
I will gladly go last because
I would go second to last.
I have things
If you
to
want
say.
to take the next spot,
That's an
sir.
interesting thing.
I just wanted to see if you
I don't mind.
guys.
I really don't care.
Dude, what do you think? You're adept at not eating?
You know what? I'll go next actually, so my girlfriend can eat.
She's
'Cause
already
I-
eating. it
She's
looks
gonna
like.
wait. She's gonna wait for me.
There.
Oh,
Yeah,
We got the
shout out to
taco
that.
cast.
I respect that.
Yeah, yeah. Cause I got the best in the game, bro.
Yeah.
Since
he
day
in
one.
fact does. He in fact does.
You know how you said we needed at least 8? There's 7.
No, I said we needed at least 10.
Actually, we have more tortillas than
Yeah, we got tortillas.
Oh, you guys have tortillas.
They're
Sick.
little.
Problem
Sick.
solved.
Not little, but
Yeah, we
mid.
brought ours.
They're mid like the Vanilla boy.
Wow.
What is it? I was asking them how they felt about our content creation strategy. What do you think about the 6 posts a week?
I think it's important. I think it's driving a lot of. Oi. I think it's driving a lot of consistency out of us.
I would
It's making
totally
us
agree.
prevalent on the internet constantly.
Yes.
Even when we're not podcasting, it's still not letting people get away from us, essentially. And that's why people are so mad.
I need a break.
Yeah.
I just need a break
Stop showing me these
From
guys.
my head.
from my head.
Yeah.
From my own head.
Those are
Yeah.
accurate lyrics.
It was close enough.
Well, I also think the fact that we have more than usually 6 moments in the podcast episodes that are clip worthy,
Right.
I think we're very naturally able to take on that. And I like the push-up gimmick. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And we never really touched on this, but I did it to Noah in one of the other episodes. But if like we're behind each other and even out in public and shit, but if like we can go up to each other and like just slice our neck without the other one even seeing us though, and then that's push-ups.
Oh, because like they got you.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it-
Stuart told us
Is it
about it.
like that?
Type shit.
Yeah.
So when David says, "Oh, 'cause like," is that counting as push-ups because
I
you're
do
using
10?
filler?
It depends on what he said after.
Should
What'd
I
you say
do
after?
He
10?
said, "'Cause like
Is
it
that what
would
I said?
be." It wasn't. He wasn't comparing it to anything. He was just saying, "'Cause like," to fill the sentence.
Well, let me.
That's why I'm like, we need parameters.
I don't know the exact parameters.
Because we say like in multiple variations, multiple times.
Yeah, we're trying to catch our speech.
I
on
just heard
this.
Keaton say like 50 times in the last sentence. I didn't call
Oh,
him out
really?
for it. Yeah.
It's fine.
This kid's a dick.
Yeah.
Fuck this guy.
That's why I dress the way that I dress.
Now that somebody said it,
I'm trying to let everybody know ahead of time before they talk to me that I'm just a dickhead.
That's fine. I think the haters will tell everybody for you.
Yeah,
So
true,
Some girl
true.
comes up to you, you're like, hey, I'm a dick. Just-
They would love that.
Just so you know.
They'd be like, oh my God, the guy of my dreams.
I'm gonna roll this after we're all done eating. I think that would be more appropriate.
I would love that, honestly.
Yeah. I will wait. But the haters have not gone away. The content creation is not gonna go away. The cats are not gonna stop fucking with the.
The ball.
Yeah.
I respect that.
Shout out Astro.
Astro's training up to be a hunter. Don't worry about it.
And it's the holiday. It's the holiday season. Have we dropped that we're gonna have a special episode?
We have not.
Or do you want to?
I mean, yeah.
This Saturday.
Yeah, this Saturday.
Keaton, what do
What's
you think
going
about the
on?
costume cast?
That's fire. Bro.
Yeah.
Is that what it's gonna Bro, that's actually fire.
That'd be the episode name.
Yeah, since it's not going to be like one of the Conscious Cast episodes.
Is that why you asked her about doing the costume reveal?
It was
on
like
the
an idea.
episode?
I had that idea first, and then me and David were brainstorming ideas for like what to call it to try and play on Halloween, and we came up with a costume cast.
I think the costume cast would be great.
Yeah, we're going to be voting. If you guys want to come watch, we'll be hosting the costume contest that they were going to have at the party, and we're going to let the guests of the party come in and sit in on the cast and show off their costume and talk about it.
I think it'll be an exciting episode.
Yeah.
It'll be the first time that we're in a public place where a bunch of people are,
True.
and it's not just us. So that'll be fun.
Is it gonna? I don't think it will, but I could see it with being no music if we're doing the contest.
Yeah, we'll make sure to turn the music down and everything.
Yeah.
When it's time.
Fair.
If you want to come to the party, DM one of us.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure that you're acceptable.
Yeah, you got to be cool enough.
You got to pass the parameter of dopeness.
What do you guys think about who's gonna get on? How is it gonna work with people getting on the podcast if we want other people to get on the podcast?
Hey, yo, I'm gonna be harsh.
What do you
Like,
mean?
no.
No, you can't be on. Can people
At the
be
party?
on?
Is that what you're
allowed?
talking
Should I-
about?
Should I not be? Should I be loose?
I don't know. That's kind of what I was getting at.
If
I'm not
we're
sure.
I don't know. I feel like there's just always needs to be someone that needs to just be
okay,
because I
No.
feel like you would let just a cool person, not cool person. I don't know where that came from, but you would let. Would you? Just I guess let me just ask you.
yes.
Let me just ask.
I would
you
love
instead
a
of assume, yeah.
fully sorted out question. Yes.
So you would let people
Oh, you
on.
would just let anyone on.
No, that's
Oh.
not what I was saying.
Yeah.
You were like making a bunch of half questions at me, and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be answering right now.
Who would you let on and why?
Unconscious.
Who would I let on?
Yeah, who would you let on the costume cast episode and why?
I feel like anybody that wants to be in the costume contest should be allowed.
So they
on.
have to be in a costume to be on the
Yeah,
cast.
they can't.
for
They
sure.
can't just come on and be like, "Yeah, I just came to party." It's like, cool. Get
Yeah,
outta
I'm
here.
just here.
like,
Oh, it was BYOB.
yeah. If we're hosting the costume contest on the costume cast, I feel like anybody that dressed up and wants to be in the contest should get on the podcast and say what they are, show off their contest.
Fair, so it would be directly related with the contest
beforehand?
itself.
Like before the contest?
No, that would be the contest. They can like come on, let everybody vote.
Oh, so that's where we're starting it.
Yeah,
So would each of us have the floor as well to talk about our outfit?
we could. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have an outfit.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Is
Is
I'm
it
not.
a surprise?
Yes, I'm not telling you what it is. And even when you see it, you're gonna be like, "What are you?" And I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna be like, you're just gonna bust out laughing. I'm
Okay.
sure. I'm very excited. Yeah, it was a cheap outfit.
How the
Did not have
tacos.
to spend $1.
Same.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I'm gonna just be using clothes.
Good.
Fair.
Nice.
And it'll work
Nice.
out. Dude, you know who I want to be? But I don't have the resources, I think, yet to do. I would do Aang. Like the
Aang?
blue arrow.
Oh,
The last Airbender?
Yeah, I would give me like a stick. And true, but I would want his outfit. I don't know how I would replicate his outfit. Yeah, his outfit's like fucking a sheet.
Bro,
cut
I
up
could
sheet.
I could let you use my jujitsu gi.
maybe I already decided on my outfit, so maybe I
Yeah,
would do
next
a
year.
yeah, I would do a different one next time, but I
My jujitsu gi is red though.
That's
It's
not
not
Aang.
red, but it's white.
What
with
is Aang, like
red.
brown? His clothes
It's
are
like
brown.
orange.
Yeah, orange is
Oh,
brown.
I thought it was just like a white and cream colored.
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
When I think of Aang, I think of brown. I think of
Yeah.
vintage.
It's like orangish brown, I would say.
It's what?
It is like orangish brown.
Damn. We
It's
haven't
not orangish brown.
We haven't
it is
adjusted
like
the
orangish
rules
brown.
yet, so I'm out. I don't even have to worry about push-ups yet. Because
Dude, how's the taco cast over there?
yeah, how is the taco? Is it good?
Dude, people are gonna hate this.
La Comida cast?
Oh yeah, we're gonna be fuckers. One of us is doing push-ups while one of us is not even invested in the podcast because they're eating tacos. Yeah, this is gonna get hate. Yes, thank you,
Oh, sorry.
dude.
Playing
We're
footsies with
so
your,
that's not footsies.
behind over
For
there.
you, it's footsies. Dude, I'm ready for more hate.
Oh my god.
Dude is really out here eating. Oh, you're next, by the way. When he's done eating these,
Hell
it's
yeah,
your
bro.
turn.
Dude,
So-
we should calculate how fast we eat these. I'm probably gonna eat these the fastest.
You
out
think
of all
so?
of
How
us.
fast are you a quick eater?
What else am I gonna do? I don't know. It's just like, no, it's not. We're gonna be natural.
Now
about
that
it.
you're first and he can establish the rules while you're almost done, it is a competition.
Now I have to eat the rest of this in like 2 seconds flat.
Bro, that
Dude.
bite was pretty fucking big. Dog.
Seth's a pretty quick eater.
Oh my god.
Seth likes to eat. I respect.
You eat pussy like that?
I bet he does. I bet he eats toes like that. This is the most. This is the most.
Oh my god.
This is
pussy
the.
is cat.
True. This is the most P-type episode.
yeah,
Yet.
I would agree.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
What's pizza?
P-type is you're not so worried about rules and scheduling and fixed laws. You're more loose and letting things free flow. That's what we're doing with this episode. We're just letting everything flow as it will. There's no structure really.
There's no questions.
Other
We
than
didn't
the
even talk about
push-ups.
topics before this.
Dude, I didn't write any because I just wanted to see how the episode would go if we didn't have any.
This is not the first time that we've done something like this.
Yeah, this is the third time, I think.
I feel like
Yeah.
we have topics like half the episodes.
Yeah, because the longer that we go and the better that we get at doing this, the less I'm worried about topics. Because we kind of naturally fall into something that we all care about.
Yeah, we just all of a sudden are talking about Trump and Kamala
And
Harris
eating human beings.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, we're really solid.
What's in these tacos?
Yeah, what is in these tacos? Just beef?
Beef, peppers, onion.
No human meat.
There's no human?
I thought you were being for real. I was like, I'll tell you.
If there's human in it, that's fine. You can tell me. I'm not scared.
He
As long
would
as
eat
it's
it.
Fried. It's got to be
Fried
fried.
human, yes.
Which part of the human is your favorite?
To be honest, I don't know why. Every time I think about a buffet where they have human, I think of fingers. Don't know why.
Dude, fingers feels like
Toast.
the worst.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Did you say toast? I'm not gonna sit here and say that's what I would want to
The
see, but
whole
that's what
foot.
I think of in my head.
Like a steak.
Oh,
An
God.
ear, just a sawed-off ear, or a nose.
David wants
like
the
an
most
appetizer.
exotic part of the human body.
the
to be
calves.
the meat that
Exotic's
he
a good
eats.
word.
Did you say the calves?
Bro.
Calves probably have some
That's
good
why
Calves
the
are
food.
calf kick
crazy.
is so good because like all the meat in this motherfucker is just trapped there. Like with like if you kick to the leg, it can be absorbed, and it's just whatever. It's free. But the calf is like so meaty and juicy right there.
True, but it's mainly lean. I feel like the thigh is pretty solid because it has a good mix of fat to. Yeah, ass would
Ass
probably
cheek
be
would.
Is that just all
fat
fat
to.
though?
No, there's definitely
There's
muscle.
muscle.
There's definitely muscle.
There is.
The gluteus maximus.
Yeah.
Yeah, squat hits it, and then that would be. You ever seen the packages of beef that are 93% lean?
Bro, the gluteus maximus.
The gluteus snaximus.
The gluteus smacks amiss. So we talk about eating humans on the
That's
conscious cast.
Gluteus whack. Simus.
Yes.
Dude,
Wait,
you
did
never
we-
even tried it.
I still am down for the cornfield. Is it a cornfield? Is that what
Corn
I'm thinking
maze?
of? Corn maze. Yes.
Cormets.
We would have to be doing that like real soon.
Yeah, that would be this week.
I think that was the issue with that.
Yeah, it wasn't an issue because we said, what if they had one tomorrow?
True.
You never know.
Oh,
What?
Yo, we could go the guys caroling and do the Vanilla Boy
Caroling!
songs.
What Vanilla Boy song would we do for caroling? Please enlighten me, because I can't think of one.
I am the one.
For Christmas?
Noah has to make a cover
No, it makes the cover.
of Last Christmas.
Oh.
How about the guys just makes a cover of the
Last
Last Christmas?
Christmas?
Not even a cover, just sample the song in the beat.
Yeah.
I'm not in it, bro.
I would be willing to
But
make
you would
that
carol
happen.
it?
Yeah, that's
Well, how
funny.
does that make sense?
That's funny. That's not serious.
Are you gonna he just gave you a great platform
True.
to do it.
Kean, I want you to rap so bad.
I'm not, bro.
Dude, yes, you
Why?
are.
But why?
I can't.
Why can't you?
You have the
not-
personality. You have the rapper's personality.
Dude, you have
Why?
so much gall. I think
Yes.
you could capitalize on that.
Dude.
You're
Dude, I was just
literal-
imagining on the way here. I was like, bro, okay, like Keaton walks out rapping his verse, and then when he's done, I come out and rap my verse while he's getting in the cage and shit.
I guess I'm confused on what makes you not want to do it so bad. Because I know you
A
tried
few
it.
things.
I know you tried it.
Yeah, a few things. Because the only thing I really would enjoy about it is the process of making the song.
Mm. So performing it, not so much.
Yeah.
Is it because you're nervous?
No, it's just like, think about that. Like, bro, I just do not want to be one of those dudes that's out here fighting and rapping.
Okay.
Dude, but you wouldn't be like, I don't know. I think you're holding a lot of stigma on it being a thing. But I think that you could be good at it, and if it was good, it wouldn't matter that you're a fighter and a rapper. It would
And
just
if
be
you
the fact
win
that you're
every
just good.
fight-
Bro, have you ever listened to Mike Stud?
No.
He just goes by Mike now, but he has a friend. They went to college and something like that. I can't remember how long they've been friends, but his name is Marcus Stromain, and he plays professional baseball. He's like on the Blue Jays, and he raps on some of Mike's songs. Like, he doesn't have his own rapping career, but he'll get on his songs and rap. And I'm like, I just think that that's a lane that me and Keaton could fit that I feel like you just don't want to tap into for the sake of like it being weird.
Dang, bro. I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like you'd be so good at it.
I think the way that you appreciate rap speaks a lot to the amount that you would want to rap.
true because it's like everyone who
He said it.
isn't a
It is
fight-
like. It is
Fuck!
like.
It's like everyone who wants to fight appreciates the top tier fighters. It's like, dude, I aspire to be that, or I did at one time.
But you don't have to be the best rapper.
It's like,
Yeah.
That's not what you're looking for. You're not looking to be the best rapper in the game.
I'll do the chorus.
You'll do the chorus.
All you'll get out of me is the chorus.
Interesting.
Hey,
Maybe not the whole. Okay,
That
hold
sounds
on.
like a commitment.
I'll be a part of the chorus.
he's giving you some inches, bro. So just
Yeah.
let him do it, and
Yeah,
eventually he'll
I'll,
take.
I'll let him on the
yeah.
chorus, and then he'll.
Oh yeah, after your push-ups, it is your turn to eat
75.
because he's done it 3 times.
Oh.
Keaton, what's your favorite thing about music?
Fucker. How
It-
it makes me feel.
What's it like?
I like the way it makes me feel.
Fair.
I get that.
Amps you up.
I feel like if it wasn't for music, I wouldn't be as good of a fighter.
That's why I think that you would be great at it.
Same.
To put it into
Fuck.
words.
If you channeled your fighting energy into music,
If you channeled Mad
Bro,
Dog
I be
into the
getting so
booth,
many
bro.
rap beefs.
Bro.
You're like, oh, but people shooting rap, so.
Noah
They're not
has.
going to shoot you, though.
that's why you got guns.
Noah
What
has.
am I on?
Let's
I don't
say
know.
you're on
That winter shit.
14. You have subtly mentioned me rapping as well.
Yeah.
I think the reason that makes sense is because A, I talk shit, and B, I like to write already.
Yeah, I think that you could be good at articulating your
Yes.
rhyming.
I think flow would be the thing that I would need to learn.
That
first.
is the biggest thing that I think most people struggle with.
Flow?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's not so obvious.
No, and it's you have to develop it on your own.
It's a lot of.
Remember my SoundCloud song?
Yeah, but I
poetry.
couldn't
I
tell
still
you
haven't
what it
listened to
sounds
that.
like.
It's verse.
I feel like I was.
What
gonna
is
do that
it?
switch. Oh, I told you about
Flow?
this.
Flow. It's,
Yeah,
Flow
you
is
said
verse?
something about
It's
it, but
verse.
I need to listen
Fair,
to
what
it
do you mean by
again.
that?
it's
You showed it to me the night that we planked against each other.
the number of syllables in a line.
Tell me one.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mad Dog
A
won.
haiku has
Hello.
575, and that determines the flow
Me?
of how you say it.
Yeah,
I
he
wrote
remembers that we were hanging
4
out
lines
last week.
yesterday that were attempting
Mhm.
to follow that.
Yeah, it was Astro.
And I wish I could remember it.
He laid
I
with me
cannot
all
remember
night.
it.
It's like if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the number of beats
Gangsta?
you got, but you got 10 words or 10 syllables.
Mm.
Then you have to double up.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm just
You have
cooler.
to match it.
I'm trying to think of the song. It's Would You Stick With Me?
Mm.
Wait, what about it?
I'm trying to explain flow and verse.
Mm.
It's
Dude,
like
Damn.
It is like that though.
yeah, it's like
That's
Da,
valid.
da, da, da,
Yeah,
da.
it's
I
valid.
wrote a short poem yesterday, but I cannot remember how it goes. But I was trying to follow a syllable. Is it syllable? Syllable count?
syllable count. Goes into
Are you
verse.
talking about? Was the poetry? Are you talking about the rhyming of it?
Yes, and I
It's the rhyme
switched it.
scheme.
Oh, okay. So imagine the first line is 4 syllables. The second is 9 syllables. The third is matching the first one and is also 4 syllables.
That would
and
be like a
matching the
haiku.
last word. Okay, cool.
It's
Well, I
also
did-
it's verse in general.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
about to say I did not follow the word count limit of a haiku, so it's technically not a haiku.
Yeah, it's
but the last
just like a haiku.
right. Yeah. Yes. And then the last line.
Yeah.
The last line was 9 syllables again, like the second one, and it rhymed with the last word.
Yeah, I mean that's
So I rhymed
that's-
the first, the third, the second, the fourth.
so the rhyme scheme would be A B A B
Yes.
instead of A A B B.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same syllables, same syllable amount, and rhyming last word is the only limitation I held on that. But it's helping me learn
That's
what.
a state of flow.
Yes, poetry's like lyrics.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
It literally is.
Poetry and lyrics are the
They
same
stem
thing.
from like the same area.
Yeah, I would agree.
So
Poet.
if you were putting that into a verse, it'd be like da 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 da.
Yes,
da,
yes,
da, da,
yes, yes.
Because you'd have to fit 9 into the same 4 beats.
This is where poetry and lyrics are different, at least in a musical sense, as in I not necessarily thinking of a melody when I write these words.
Right.
But I want the words to sound good.
I think the melody comes from the instruments.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, how do you come up with a melody first and then find a beat randomly that matches the? How would that even work?
It would just be the opposite process. You could.
Have you ever done it like that?
I've never personally done it
I
like that
cannot
because
think
all
of-
my beats come from being pre-made. Essentially, like I was
Right.
never under the umbrella of having just beats that could just be made.
Mm-hmm.
So now I am starting to feel like I could see it going in that direction because there are a lot of times where I just like come up with a melody on my own and then I'm like, cool.
It doesn't go anywhere, right?
Yeah, it's just gonna stay there.
But if you kept that melody in mind and then made a musical piece,
Right.
like a beat, you could frame it around that.
Right.
Which is where we're going to be.
Yep.
I am very convinced by this new plateau I've crossed over with key and musical theory.
I would agree with that.
I'm very convinced by it.
I feel like it's making it more open to being a road instead of a lane.
What do you mean by that?
You're not stuck in a lane. You're the whole road.
Oh,
Dude,
okay.
I can't remember.
Does it make you think of Russ?
That's a Maddawg quote.
True, that is
I'm
a
not in a
Maddawg
lane.
quote.
I'm the whole road.
Yes. That is you, bro.
Yeah, that was from the first episode, and I only remember that because we watched it the other day.
You said that on the first
yeah,
episode?
because we were talking
Fuck
about being
you,
in
bro.
a lane. Dude, I think more often we should watch older episodes. I really enjoyed that, honestly.
Mhm.
It's funny watching us all back all together. It's different when I'm just sitting there watching it by myself, I would
Yes.
say.
I agree with that. I like watching them by myself. I watched the second episode of Swiss.
Really?
Yeah, do you want to talk about that at all?
We could talk about that.
I would love to talk about that because I think. Okay, I'm going to say this. Tell me what you think. I think Swiss is closer to the conscious cast than Matter of Fact is. I want to get your insight on that statement. Would you agree from what you've seen?
In execution, yeah.
I would say in the topics.
I would say
what we like to
conscious
talk about.
cast is about being conscious.
Fair.
And that was the
Ironically.
Yeah,
that was the
it's
idea.
satirical, but yes.
I mean, but the idea from the beginning was consciousness is masculine.
True.
Yeah, we're very conscious individuals, even when we're being unconscious.
Yeah, yes.
And we discussed topics around men and
Life.
life. Like if we're
Philosophy.
ever giving advice, it's life advice to men.
True.
We're coming from a standpoint of masculinity.
I would say Matter of Fact still holds that.
Right. It's a very conscious.
They're all very masculine.
I agree. Would you agree that there's more satire?
So would you say?
So would you say there's more satire in the conscious cast than Matter of Fact?
Yes.
I would say there's more satire in Swiss than Matter of Fact.
So that's where
Do you feel like
it's
there's
hard
a lot
to
of,
say either one is specifically closer. They just have similarities to the conscious cast
Fair.
in different ways.
Oh, we have a question.
From the food court. I'm so sorry.
What's up?
I feel like
from the food court?
stop making me laugh. Like with Matter of Fact, it goes without saying that it's conscious.
Mm.
Whereas the conscious cast is all about letting people know that we're
Fair.
Mhm.
That's a fair point. What were you gonna say, Noah?
I was gonna say, I'm not disagreeing with you by any means, but what is satirical about Swiss? Because honestly, I can't pinpoint what you're talking about.
I defined
not.
what satire meant today.
Hmm.
I looked up satire. Futurama, satire.
Oh yeah,
Satire.
100% satire.
It's satire. It is making a statement, ironically. That's pretty much what satire is. You're trying to take something seriously in an ironic way, which the whole point of it is that it's not serious. The whole point is that it's trying to almost make fun of something. It's like a caricature of
Fair.
Trump. When people make Trump's hair his whole character, it's
Yeah.
satire.
Yeah.
It's when someone portrays
Yes.
themselves to be like the thing they're making fun of.
I guess.
So
oh, sorry.
Zach Brannigan, for example, he is like an extreme example.
Yes.
I've said
Yeah.
like several times.
Zach Brannigan is great.
He's an extreme character. The person playing him, voicing him, and the people writing his character know the irony in what they're doing.
That's every character in Futurama.
Yeah.
True. Fry is a phenomenal example.
All the irony that
Bender-
goes around
Very
Leela.
satirical.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's making fun of the person that you want to make fun of by acting like them in a caricaturized form to point out the things that you think are silly and funny about them.
Like them having George Foreman's head.
Yes.
It's very
That was such
satirical
a
and
joke.
ironic.
Now,
He's like, now that there's this tube, I can just funnel the fat straight into my
Yes.
mouth.
You could write an article on the internet for a satirical news source such as The Onion,
Oh, yeah, true.
and the article would be talking about how evil it is to eat meat. And it would bring up points that were really illogical and silly to even say, because the article itself is actually making fun of vegans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Extreme vegans.
Yes.
But the article would be written from the perspective of an imaginary extreme vegan.
Yeah.
honestly, I think you made a great point, Noah, because you're right. There hasn't been a lot of direct satire yet. However, I definitely see Swiss progressively going in that direction.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the topics, the first two topics, clout and agendas. Now, obviously, there's a lot of serious things that we have to say in those topics. We have done a lot of due diligence on those topics. You being inspired by Russ is a great example of that.
Yeah.
The reason that you are inspired by Russ is because you are very well adept at understanding what clout and agendas are. You understand that Russ both has a lot of clout and is pushing an agenda. However, you're paying attention to what agenda that is and where his clout is coming from, and you're convinced by him. Would you
Yeah.
agree?
I feel like he's making a lot of logical points.
Yeah, I would say that's what we're doing right now
Yeah.
with Swiss. Swiss is a lot of logic right now.
Right.
Now, however, we're making a lot of jokes in between, which me and Seth do, on matter of fact, as well.
Yeah, that's where it shines through that we are willing to be
Serious?
not serious.
Sarcastic.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Professor Dave Explains is just being a dickhead
I love that
for the
he
sake
brought up-
of being a dickhead. And we're like looking for humor in the topics that we're talking about, even though we're really trying to give off information and genuine opinions.
Yes, unless you have more
No,
before I
that's-
say this. I
that's
want
it.
to say this. I said this on Swiss. It helps me refine my thinking, and it helps me challenge myself, because Swiss helped me a lot with this, especially with us talking about agendas. So you know the claim that I've been saying for months now, at least a month, is all atheists are fat or unhealthy. That's a statement that I use, right? So I challenge myself. I look up atheist celebrities. I look that up because I want to see if there's any person that's a spitting image of health that's an atheist, because that would prove my theory wrong. Brad Pitt's the first person that shows up. Brad Pitt's very healthy. So, on the surface, it looks like I'm wrong, right? And if you look up atheistic celebrity and Brad Pitt is first, you would guess he's had the most to say about it, right? If you look up what celebrities are an atheist, Brad Pitt is the first person.
You looked that up and it just said that?
Yes, Brad Pitt was a Google-picked answer, and he was first.
I'm guessing you looked into it.
Of course, yes. I'm not. Yeah. So I looked up Brad Pitt atheism is what I looked up on YouTube because I wanted to hear. Yeah. This is how fucking nuanced I'm getting. But I want to hear from Brad Pitt himself what he has to say about his atheism. All the videos of Brad Pitt speaking about his atheism are 10 to 15 years old. There is no recent video of Brad Pitt talking about the subject. Yes, and he's just not trying to accept the heat. Because you know that if you make statements about God, you're going to get heat. People are going to attack you or ask you or just berate you with questions about it. So I imagine he's just staying away from the topic. There were a bunch of videos about 5 years ago where people were saying that he reverted back to believing in a God, but there is not a single video of him saying that himself. So, Brad Pitt's on the fence. I don't have a whole lot to say about Brad Pitt because he's a healthy-looking person. However, I don't see a whole lot with his atheism being expressed.
I made the point that it could be that Brad Pitt is healthy because his roles in movies are requiring that of him, and it's not even about him genuinely being like, I believe in science, and science points to being healthy, so I'm going to be healthy.
Which helps my claim.
Right.
Because this is the claim that I made with Seth on Matter of Fact. That's where this all started.
I'm glad you handed me that because that was crazy. Hold up. You are saying that the only reason Brad Pitt is fit and healthy is because...
I'm not saying that's...
He's saying that could be.
Yeah, I'm saying that's a possibility because actors literally change their body types for specific roles.
True. There's people who have gotten fucking obscurely fat for movies.
Now, do you know who Ricky Gervais is?
I don't think so.
Damn, you don't know who Ricky Gervais is. Well, Seth was perfect for this because Seth knew who he was. And
have you ever seen The Office?
Yeah. Well, no, I have not seen The Office.
You never sat down and watched The Office? That's
there
crazy.
was
I think the first episode, maybe.
There was a British version of the show before the English or like the American version, and Ricky Gervais is the guy that played Michael Scott, who is like the main office manager.
I thought you were drinking a beer. I was like, no way.
He's like corporate office caricature.
Got you.
So I'm going to look up Ricky Gervais, and I want you to tell me, before you even see him, I want you to tell me, I'm not going to tell you if he's an atheist or not. You tell me, is this man a spitting image of health? Let's use this photo.
Michael Scott as a character is the essence of
Is he
satire.
a spitting image of health?
I wouldn't say necessarily.
I agree. He is not. And he's a very vocal atheist. He has talked very lengthily about his atheism and how religion is ridiculous.
He probably goes on like walks and shit. Oh, I know that fucker.
Yeah, this guy. He's not that healthy looking. Would you agree?
No, yeah, I wouldn't say.
He is not that healthy
He's the
looking.
dude from the
in,
meme where it's like, you're hard, ain't you? Or some shit like
He was
that.
in Night at the Museum.
Oh, fair. But
Was he really? Oh, shit. He was the
manager.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Here's the thing about Ricky Gervais. He has made a lot of points about atheism that in themselves are convincing. He's saying things about atheism that are great points. And then you look at him and his person and you see that he's kind of fat and he just doesn't look like he works
I would've
out.
used more
So
if I had known
he's not convincing to me.
how much to use.
You're saying to me that God doesn't exist, and it's so obvious that God doesn't exist. That's fine, but it led you to
Comes out
being
really
fat.
slow.
So how can I take your
It
advice?
comes out like dots.
Do you get what I'm saying when I say that? I want to get Seth's
I
perspective
can
on this
see
as
that.
well.
Mhm.
It's like the same thing as like this. I don't remember what the fucking podcast is, but it's a very plain word even. But they have a bunch of OnlyFans girls on and shit.
Fresh and fit? Whatever.
Yes,
Yes,
it's
the
whatever.
whatever. Yes, yes.
So they got this
Yeah,
guy.
it's great.
You like it?
Yes, I like it. Yes.
I think it's very corny.
they took the idea from someone else. Fresh and Fit had the idea first.
Fresh and fit, yeah. I don't fuck with
the main guy.
I don't know, man. Something about those podcasts, bro.
Is it because they seem hateful towards women?
Not hateful towards women, but it's just like the host, that dude.
On the whatever podcast?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I wish he was just a little less obvious, because I hate it when people in situations like that are just obvious about shit.
Obvious as in...
Like, for example, whenever a girl is saying...
He's being careful with his wording. I respect.
I'm more or less trying to figure out...
Oh. They're too obvious, is what you're saying?
With, like, their reactions towards the women.
like they're disgusted,
Damn near, I guess. Like they're just
judgmental.
Not really. Nothing like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're coming from. I know what podcast you're talking about. I've seen a lot of it, honestly. But there's something about it that you think is distasteful.
Yes, that is a good way of putting it.
Distasteful?
Something about it is distasteful. Yes.
But what is it?
I guess just how it's ran.
Like
It should be obvious. Them presenting the world of how these women really are,
Mm-hmm.
because the minds of like the lives that these women have lived
Mm-hmm.
and their opinions on the world,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of good to know, because it's like, the fuck, like they're really thinking these things about themselves, about other women, about how they see the world in general. It's good to expose that and just let it
To
be known.
hear their side.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think he shuts it down?
Yeah. It almost seems like there's one right way of living and viewing the world, and it's my way.
And women just don't get it.
Essentially.
I would say that's whatever podcast is kind of communicating that. I would agree.
Yeah.
I've seen a good amount of it.
Get yourself some boys who know how to fucking talk. Bro.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. I was so like lost in my own sauce
Dude.
right there.
Being precise in your language is so important because you're making a statement.
Facts.
You're saying, I think that the whatever podcast is distasteful. And I'm saying, okay, why do you think it's
Bro,
distasteful?
I didn't even know how to. Distasteful was like exactly the word.
Yes, bro. It's because you're making statements. It's all a statement.
Yeah.
But I want to ask. Oh,
From the food court.
I missed a handful of that. But you said something like,
Something like.
he didn't say it's like. He did not.
well, I'm referring to something like, you said it's too obvious, like he's too obvious. Is that what you said?
With his responses and just with.
Is it obvious to you or obvious to everybody?
Excuse
Sorry,
me?
I don't know your vote was on.
That's a good point. I can
Yeah.
see what you're saying there. For
I think
sure.
he's not he's not beating around the bush about anything that he's really saying. So he's putting them in a. David and Seth have equated the way that I attack people's arguments by shining a light on them and putting them in a corner where they have to answer to get out.
You did that to Avery
Yeah, and it's the same.
and Devin.
It's the same thing to me. He's hearing what they're saying, and this is like I can't honestly say that I've sat down and just watched an episode of this podcast. So I don't really know.
Facts, yeah.
But I've seen a shit ton of clips, and of the clips I've seen of him essentially shutting down women, it's often like they'll make an outrageous statement, and he'll be like, okay, but is that what you're actually meaning? For example, I just watched this clip of him. This girl was saying, yeah, he would be like, if you don't post that, you don't love me. And he was like, so if you don't post the picture, he's literally coming to you and being like, you don't love me? And she was like, well, I mean, it'd be more like he would feel like I don't care, blah, blah. And he was like, so it's not about him feeling like you don't love him. It's more about whatever. And it's like she's misconstruing her words. She's not saying,
Wishy-washy.
yeah, she's not saying exactly what it is. So he's trying to pinpoint exactly what it is to be like, yeah, I don't agree with that.
See, and that example is like what I was saying about it's good to expose the way that some of these people be really fucking viewing the world.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
But I don't know. There's just been a couple clips I've seen to where it's like, bro, it's obvious that
You said
this
it.
chick's just fuck.
You
man.
said it's like. You did say it's like.
It's obvious that this chick is crazy, and you're just literally just saying more and more just to make her mad. But I feel like there's some clips I've seen where this dude gets pissed.
Like
Like this girl's actually getting under his skin to where he's like red faced, and I'm like, and then that's when it makes it look bad. Where it's like that's not the point of what you're trying to do. And I feel like he needs to
fair,
get better at controlling that. So I'm shouting out to whatever podcast, bro.
dude. Myron.
on the side of being masculine, you should not be getting emotional because a woman.
Yes. And that is originally why I brought this topic up. I'm still gonna do my push-ups, but that is originally why I brought this topic up is because of the motherfucker who's not standing on the masculinity part of it, who they have on the Andrew dude.
Andrew, dude.
Is that the beard, the older guy?
Yeah.
Oh, I
he's
know
like,
what you're talking about. Yes, yes.
I
Yes.
wish I could fucking kick that dude in the stomach, bro.
Okay.
So bad I hate him.
I have a point about that.
I hate him. Very good.
Okay, I'm gonna do my push-ups now.
So, I would have to agree with you in the sense of, let's put it back to the atheist thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is masculinity if not being strong and healthy?
Healthy is an interesting point. I've never heard that.
You
point.
would want to be stable for your girl, correct? And your
Yeah.
children?
Yeah, the only way you can be a protector and a provider is if you're protected. And
Yeah, if
provided
you're big and
yourself.
fat, you're not going to be running down the enemy that is kidnapping your children or
Right.
whatever.
How could you?
I don't really think that guy's very healthy. I think there are a lot of points that he makes that I'm
The
like,
guy from whatever podcast?
not the host,
Who are you talking
the
about?
other guy, the guy that he just brought
yeah,
up,
he
the older
doesn't
dude.
look that healthy.
He does not look healthy.
He doesn't look like unhealthy. But he
Yeah,
doesn't
I
look-
won't say he's just like fat by any
But he
means, but he
doesn't
doesn't look like he genuinely takes care of himself on a regular basis.
I would agree. I would agree.
So, also, the thing about that guy,
The push-ups. He hates that they're
the
getting
guy
easier.
that is doing that is coming from a spiteful place, like I would say 60% of the time.
Which is a fair point to make.
I don't think that he's wrong about some of the points that he's making, but I can definitely tell that he gets spiteful and angry sometimes when these girls talk.
I'm skeptical about spite.
Fair.
Because spite, the definition of spite is trying to ridicule others, almost trying to get a reaction, and it would make you satisfied to see that reaction from them. So I am skeptical about spite.
He gives me those vibes sometimes.
Right.
He's like, oh,
Yes, so I would agree.
got her.
But I want to ask Seth this. How real or justified do you think it is that I look at someone like Ricky Gervais, who is a vocal atheist and also fitting my equation of someone that is not a spitting image of health, actually closer to the contrary, so I should take less of what he says seriously, even though he's making some good points about atheism?
I've definitely heard your thought process on it, and it's something that I think makes sense. He believes what he believes, and we can discern what his beliefs lead him to do and how it leads him to behave.
Mm-hmm.
So either his beliefs are leading him down a path of unhealthiness, or he doesn't even really believe in what he's standing for.
Facts. That's a good point.
Because what he says he believes in would tell him to be healthier, but then he's not healthy. So does he really believe what he is saying, or is he just standing on a side strongly in order to gain the traction and the attention of being someone who holds a strong opinion?
He's in the agenda.
Which is crazy because a lot of his stances and him as a person are depicted as being against agendas.
Right.
Which is an agenda,
Mhm.
which I understand.
But also, you can make it a point to know everything that is being said on one side of the argument without putting any effort into actually learning about the argument.
Do you think he's guilty of that?
I'm saying if he has a lot of factual statements about atheism,
Which he does. I've heard some. They're not half bad.
and the equation is it's one
do
or
I get
the
the
other.
push-ups
He
now?
either doesn't believe what he talks about,
Mm-hmm.
or what he's talking about is leading him down a path of terrible health. I don't know how.
It's not
Terrible.
terrible, but it's not great.
Right.
Mid.
Yeah,
So-
it's not great for sure.
If he's not believing what he's saying, then he just knows all the right answers.
Do you think it's him saying it but not living it? Because how can you be when I think of an atheist, and we've talked about this so many times, and there's a clip of Keaton talking about it, but if you're an atheist, most of the time an atheist says, I'm on the side of science. Would you agree? That's the contrary against religion is science.
Either. I would say the two most likely scenarios, that one being genuinely the number one most likely scenario.
Science, okay.
The other one being not having much of a belief at all in anything.
So agnostic.
Not being so worried. No, because agnostic is when you believe there is something.
But you don't know.
There is just no answer to that. You don't know specifically, but you believe there's a creator.
Fair.
Atheist is where you believe there is no creator. There is no theism. I am a theist.
Does A mean against?
A means not.
Oh, okay. So fair. Okay.
Wait.
Like asexual reproduction is reproduction without sex. It's asexual.
Fair. Yeah, that makes sense.
Would it not be abundant?
Abundant? Not abundant. What does abundant mean?
I don't think
Abundant is a plethora of.
Yeah, abundant I don't think is operating under that the A being the prefix or a root word of abundant.
Bless you.
Although I don't know for sure.
Fair.
I just don't get why you'd want to believe that there's. I don't know. I don't know what kind of life you have to live to really think that there's just nothing. I don't know, bro. It's tricky.
It's one of the hardest questions that humanity has ever been faced with. When I was a child to probably 16, I prayed almost every night because I believed in God, the Christian God. I believed in Jesus. I had a lot of faith in all those things. But then I assessed. I said, why do I believe? That's the important part. It's not what you do. It's how you do it.
Why did you believe?
I believed because I was too scared of not believing. That's why I believed. So then I admit that to myself. Okay, I'm believing in God because I'm scared of what my life might look like if I didn't. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that my belief in God is rooted in fear. So I started living a different life path. I started saying, okay, how would I live if God did not exist? So I started living like that probably until last year. Last year is when I really sat down, and they know about it because it's like, hey, I did it, so I got to do push-ups. I want to say this before I do the push-ups. It's my best notebook, I think, and we've all agreed it's a great notebook that I've written, but I've confronted a lot of questions about God and atheism, and I just find it very convenient and very coincidental that the average religious person is a spitting image of health, at least the top defenders of religion, while the top people who are defending atheism saying, no, you're wrong, are fat, lethargic, and just low energy.
Do you think that's purposeful?
What do you mean by purposeful?
Is it that the algorithm doesn't support
Is it that the algorithm doesn't support
healthy atheism?
healthy atheism?
Atheist.
Healthy. Okay, I'm going to say this. I don't think Seth's going to agree with this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think healthy atheism is an oxymoron.
Why?
Because atheism promotes, from what I know of atheism, nihilism. And nihilism is the belief that life has no intrinsic meaning. So, when you go down that line of thinking, it is easier for your health to not hold weight because there's no objective
Makes perfect sense.
word saying that you should be healthy. So since there's no responsibility or obligation, they don't partake.
There's got to be an atheist
But
fighter out
it's
there.
either
But I bet they can't defend it.
that atheists are on the side of science, so that definition is null and void,
True.
or they're not on the side of science and nothing matters.
I think it's cope. I think they say they're on the side of science so that way they don't have to feel like a god is ruling over them so they can be lazy and unproductive.
I could see that.
I think it's them validating their life choice, not so much what they actually believe. And it gives them the space to say, well, I don't need to care about my health because my body is not a temple. My body is not objectively important or valuable. It's not necessary that I cater to its needs because I am a subjective human, just like any other human. There's no absolute. I can live my life however I want. So if I don't want to partake in health because health is difficult, then I won't.
So what's your belief?
Me?
Yeah.
I believe in a God, but I don't know what God.
That's what me can say.
I am not going to say I believe in a Christian God because I don't know.
Dude,
But I
it's-
believe in a God.
It is so fucking hard for me to not think that we are in a simulation, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Facts.
That is like my number one theory as I get older. Is like, bro, everything just lines up. Oh, we have coconut flavored ones if you want.
Gross.
They don't really taste like coconut though. They're kind of just normal.
Not to leave on what I was saying, but I have to piss and I'm hungry. So talk about whatever you guys want. But I do want to hear Seth's point on that. I am listening.
You said you thought I'd disagree if you said it's an oxymoron.
Yes.
What the fuck's going on here?
Health and atheism.
That if you said nihilism instead of atheism, I would agree.
Fair.
I don't think atheism is overall nihilist. I think there are atheists who are not nihilist.
I would agree with that.
And an atheist that would be motivated to be healthy is more likely to be concerned with science in order to gain an understanding of the world, rather than being motivated by science in order to prove someone else's theories wrong. And I think a lot of atheists are very hurt by religion, and they're nihilist because religion can be abusive.
Facts.
Religion can be very toxic, and as a result, it can turn people away from it, and in fact, it can make them enemies. And people who are enemies to religion, who are strongly opposed to religion and are strongly and loudly outspoken against religion, are more likely to be people who were burned by religion. And so they're not focused on science for the benefits of health. They're focused on science for how it can prove religion wrong. And if I had a gun to my head right now and I had to say what I believe in, I would say I don't believe a God exists.
Really?
Because there's no more evidence that God exists than
That he doesn't
it
exist.
doesn't exist. And so logically speaking, that means we just made him up. And it's like, fuck.
It's like fuck, bro.
It
It's
is like fuck.
If I were to say, guys, what if there was a magical blue dragon floating around our solar system out there, and we can tell because the sky's blue, and that's showing, if I gave some kind of evidence, whatever the evidence may be,
Whether it's true or not.
whatever the evidence may be, if we're agreeing that the evidence isn't all the way there for us to be like, yeah, we know for sure. I've literally seen the guy. I've seen God. If we don't have the evidence all the way to 100% certainty, then are we going to agree that it's more likely to just be like, this guy made up this dragon floating around our solar system? None of us have ever seen it. It was just a what if. It's just a guy in his imagination.
Shout out to Kami.
Humans are really good. Humans are really good at making up stories and imagining things and being. It's our artistic, creative minds.
Bro, you can literally like change the narrative of life with just thinking it to yourself. Like you will believe your own lies, type shit. Like, I feel
Yeah,
like that
it's
happens to a lot
denial.
of criminals who are in jail. Like if I really went to prison for a long time, bro, I don't know. Some crazy shit going on in your minds where you're like, bro, what if I didn't? I don't know.
They
What
used
if I
to.
didn't do that?
They used to believe that.
No, it'd be like I didn't do that. Like I know I didn't do that.
Yeah.
And
There were unexplainable things about the world that humans really wanted to understand, especially children, when they're asking, why is this like that? And why is this like that? And why is this like that?
Mm-hmm.
Why
Because
is
I
the sky
said so.
blue? Well, because Eve ate the apple. We don't have the answer. I don't know the answer. Well, I could just make up a story like Eve ate the apple. I could just make up a story like Persephone was kidnapped by Hades and now there's winter. We don't want to explain why there's winter. I don't know why there's winter. I'm just going to tell my kid that Hades kidnapped Persephone, and now an entire generation of kids just believes that Hades and Persephone are these gods that exist, and they pass that down to their kids, and now there's a religion, and that's what religion is.
It's the same as Santa. It's the same as the boogeyman. It's the same as Easter.
Yeah, is Santa
The
real?
Easter Bunny.
No, we just made him up because it's a good story. It's
And
good.
it gives kids like
a motivation to be morally
yes, they just
upstanding.
want kids to be good. You don't want to be on the naughty list because if you're on the naughty list, you don't get the good stuff, which is the presents. You don't get to go to heaven if you do bad things. You're on the naughty list. You go to hell.
And this is where it even most supports David's theory, because even if Christianity is a lie, even if God is a lie, the people who believe in him are the most motivated to be healthy and to be
Are
morally
they?
upstanding,
Yeah,
because their faith tells them if they don't, they'll go to heaven.
Right, but I think I don't know how much
They'll
I
go to hell. I
believe
can't remember what.
that just Christians overall are a spitting image of health. I think Cliff is a good example. Jordan Peterson is a pretty good example.
Joel Osteen.
Yeah. But
Probably like Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
can we say that the
Probably.
reason they're spitting images of health is because they legitimately treat their bodies like a temple, or is it because they're all over the internet and on TV and they have an image to uphold? Honestly, some obese motherfucker just preaching the word of Jesus at the top of his lungs could probably get all over the internet.
TD Jakes.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, me either. Sounds
He
like a
was
fat dude though.
I
Dude,
wouldn't
I don't
say
know why my
he's
phone was on
like
chair.
fucking
I really don't even.
super fat, but he wasn't the spitting image of health, and he was one of the most popular like televangelists
Right.
back in like the early 2000s.
And I'm also curious if the only reason that the not spitting images of health in the atheism community are being propelled to the spotlight because that's what the algorithm wants to sway it to Christianity because it makes more sense to not be fat. It plays into human psychology of wanting to be healthy.
Do you think the people in control of media and the world and what we're allowed to see are most likely religious or trying to support religion?
Oh yeah, it
because
makes them money.
It's useful to them.
Yes.
It's a powerful tool that gets people to do and say and think and be exactly what they want us to be under the rules of this book. And they can then make someone look bad because they can paint anyone to look good or bad. And there's this basis that they can base it on. Base.
That's based, bro.
To be able to maintain this social order that has been created by religion, the deep-seated religion or religious nature of humans that has that's what the world's turned into. Is if you're not Christian, well, then you're probably just Muslim, and if you're not Muslim or Christian, you're probably just Jewish, and if you're none of those, you're probably something else. Atheism is tiny. Atheism is minuscule.
Dude,
It's easier to find a Christian of any body type
true.
because there's just vastly more Christians than atheists.
I agree.
The
That's actually a good point.
what's the word?
Before you go, I want to tap into what you said about the Christians not being. Fuck.
images of health.
Yeah, you said the reason why.
I said, is it possible that they have to upkeep an image? It's not really about them having their body as a temple. It's more about their image on.
Public appeal.
Yes.
Like their PR team is like,
Yo, you really need to take care of yourself, or
you need to get in there and do hair and makeup. You don't look Christian enough. Like,
I could totally see Joel Osteen doing hair and makeup before he goes on to TV.
which makes him look healthier.
Yes.
If his
it makes
skin was
his
flushed,
skin-
he's not
yes.
flushed anymore. Like,
Dude, it's
I'm gonna make one point before I continue eating. I guess the only thing that would trip me up if what you're saying is true is that I've never heard anyone state that. I've never heard anyone say that atheists are unhealthy on average. I've never heard that.
I won't disagree with that. I can't say that I've ever heard anybody say that. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a good point.
and you would think if we're saying there's this elite group of people that's promoting Christianity and religion to help control society for themselves, that they would take any shot they could.
No,
No?
I don't think that.
I think it's better for humanity if we're structured and like and like all this shit. Like I don't think it's better like in my life, but I think
If we're structured.
and like
Jordan Peterson
a
said
lot of
about
people are believing in religion and shit like that because the OGs of the planet, probably a dude named fucking Jesus, or literally God.
I would prefer people to be healthy because they're motivated by what is good about being healthy rather than because they're motivated by the fear of being punished by God.
Right.
That's what I was
It's
gonna
not as
say.
noble of
Yeah.
a...
because they're like they just have positivity in their life.
I want the...
Most atheists don't
values.
are negative, so they
Is that true?
well, especially rich people because they got all this time on their hands. They're like, what else am I gonna do? Just sit here and be a piece of shit?
I guess.
And it makes people feel better, genuinely working out. So.
I guess the point I'm making is when David's saying there's all these Christians that are spitting images of health comparatively, I think Christianity has gotten way more attention in the limelight of things when it comes to Hollywood, when it comes to just the internet in general. I think atheism is on the low end. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are like, I'm atheist and I'm speaking out and I really take this stuff seriously, because I feel like most of them are not concerned.
There's less people speaking out in that group because the group overall is just way smaller.
Yeah. And if it's somebody like Ricky, I mean, yeah, he's a famous actor, so of course he's going to get way more limelight than the average atheist. Cliff is just some random Christian guy that started recording himself and got big. I would not say that there's many atheists that have done anything like that or maybe even tried. So what atheists, and then you're like, okay, I'm looking up all these atheists. What is the list? Because the list is not, like, who knows how many people in Hollywood are actually atheists, but they have to either say they're Christian or they just don't say anything.
And that's his point, though. He's saying that it has to be somebody that speaks strongly for it, or they're not really representing atheism the way
Right.
he's really referring to.
Hollywood is just satanic.
Like Ricky Gervais, he is strongly regularly defending atheism. And so he makes the list for David because he's doing the same thing Cliff's doing. Not a lot of atheists are doing.
Is he doing the same thing that Cliff is doing?
Not exactly.
I mean,
He's
closer to it.
He's definitely trying. Whenever he is put in a position to speak in front of a bunch of people, he is at least trying to influence the masses that religion is a doctrine, and it could be harmful.
Fair. Yeah, I just don't think he's his sole goal. That's not his purpose.
I agree.
So it's not.
That is definitely
it's
Cliff's whole purpose.
It's like the same argument that I have about, like, okay, there's stronger women out there than some of the men. It's like, okay, but if you put the men through the same exact training, exactly the same, the man would just naturally come out stronger unless there was some kind of biological defect just through his genes alone.
He's more built for it.
Yeah, it's the purpose behind it. The Ricky is not making it his sole purpose to push atheism to the masses and get them to understand. He does other things that are just giving him the platform to do so.
Now, I would say he's guilty of things that are similar to Professor Dave Explains, where I almost said it's like where they hold this notion of everyone should just know this.
Yeah, like, are you dumb?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. How could you?
That's fair.
When Russell Brand transitioned to a Christian, which he did very recently, now maybe the algorithm is set up to show me polarizing comments. And that's why I was reading these comments. However, the comments were still there. The comments were saying, I thought Russell Brand was smart. That was with the comments. How could he have came to Christ and God? I thought this dude was a spitting image of intelligence. That's the frame that atheists hold. And I'm not going to say Christians are not guilty of holding that same closed-minded frame, because they definitely are. But I would say the top defenders of atheism think the average religious person is stupid, and they will call them stupid.
I guess my biggest point in this entire debate is that when it's just being dropped that there are more Christians that are the spitting image of health than atheists, I'm like, okay, but I've been to church on multiple occasions in multiple different churches, and the amount of fat people that I have seen in Christian churches
That is true.
does not give me the impression that, oh, the average Christian is just the spitting image of health because they believe their body is a temple.
The pastor of the church I went to by far the most, I went there for like 5 years, was huge.
Yeah, he's just fat.
He was the strongest voice in this church,
That's a good point.
and he was huge.
And I'm just like, I think there's just fat and healthy people in both avenues. I think the amount of limelight that the healthy Christians get and the amount of limelight that the unhealthy atheists get, first of all, speaks for itself. Second of all, the other driving factor behind that agenda anyways is, bro, we have this hard line in the government that is, we separate church and state. How genuinely do you think that we stick to that?
Why does every single piece of money we have say "In God We Trust"?
Why does every single school have the
Pledge of Allegiance.
the Pledge of Allegiance that says one nation under God?
Yep. I cannot argue that.
We are so indoctrined to being Christian, it hurts.
I agree.
And I'm like, okay, I've seen the side of Christianity where I am just in the masses of normal people that go to church every Sunday, and I just think it's cap.
When I think of a dystopian society,
Thank you.
I think of the
Oh, yeah.
the highest elite group putting the most likable person at the front to get the most support. If Christianity is trying to maintain its indoctrination of our society, then they're going to be able to, number one, they have the most support. More of the country claims to be Christian than anything else. True. So they have the most support, meaning they have the most money. Most likely they have the most money. Churches don't have to pay taxes.
No, they do not. Imagine that.
So they have all this money, they have all this support.
Bro,
And
they got the bowl going around and the fucking
Oh, yeah.
mornings, bro.
speaking of the bowl going around, dude, I'm fucking...
don't worry.
Dude, real quick, there's this whole meme. I saw it. It was somebody like, it was some cartoon. They're jumping out of a jet with their jetpack on, and it was like the TV and what is it? Evangelist?
Evangelist. A
Evangelist.
televangelist.
The televangelist before telling the people that it's all about God. And they're like skydiving from their private jet with their jetpack on with all the money that they have because they're the pastor of this place that gets all the money that they're generating.
Yeah, like Joel Osteen has a mansion. Like,
yeah, bro.
He's not a self-sacrificing guy.
He's not giving all the money that's being made to the less
It's
fortunate
not
that
real.
he's preaching about.
He's an actor. He looks good. They picked him because he looks good. They put him there because he looks good. It got them more support. It's
Yep.
the fucking most attended church in the whole country.
Yeah.
It's a gigantic warehouse that they can just fit 75,000 people in. And they got this guy that fits an image for them.
The spitting image.
And then when we look at a dystopian society, the people arguing against the status quo in a dystopian society are the most beaten down.
Yep.
They're the people who have had it the worst. They're the people who have been burned the worst by this dystopian society and its ideology and its indoctrination. And they don't get to pick and choose who looks the best to be their character to support it. They get this grimy girl from District 12 who was still the most attractive girl in District 12.
Yeah.
They picked the prettiest person they could to be the Mockingjay in this dystopian. I'm talking about the Hunger Games.
I caught the reference.
And who
I did not.
who was the people at the Capitol? When she came to the Capitol, they were like the people who were getting her ready to go present herself were like disgusted because they had to wax her hair and fix her makeup and like they fix her all up
She's
and make
not
her look
fitting
ridiculous.
the pristine image.
Right. The image in the Capitol was people who had perfect everything, and the images they portrayed, it would even be ridiculous if we were to see it.
Yeah.
It's beyond what we even accept. But point being, a lot of the time, it's easy to look at the most attractive person representing someone or an idea and get caught up in that thing because we want to follow attractive people.
I would agree.
And that biggest thing, I
Biologically
guess,
driven.
is that we cannot just rely on who is the most attractive or who's the healthiest looking.
Right, and that's why I asked you what I asked you. I said, okay, so if Ricky Gervais is making great points about atheism, points that I can't just throw to the side other than the fact that I think he looks unhealthy, so he's unconvincing. That's my argument.
Well,
Is that a good argument?
I think there's a lot of stance to your argument that makes a lot of sense.
I agree.
There's a lot of fact being driven behind what you're saying. However, it can't just be one-to-one.
Right,
I think
so
is
that's
the
what
problem.
I'm asking. I'm saying, okay, so what do I do in that dilemma?
I think that you understand how hypocritical it is to say that you don't believe in that, but you're on the side of science and then not be healthy. I think
Yes.
you understand that. Now, that's not to say that they don't understand some parts of the argument that you don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
It goes back into, it's like when we were talking about my music. I'm not really putting time into making music right now, but I am putting time into promoting myself. I already put all that time into making music, so I'm like, I get how to make music. Now I need to understand how to get the music out there. So I'm taking away from making music. I'm being unhealthy, and I'm putting it into, and I'm not even saying this is what they're doing.
No, but it's
But
an
this is-
analogy.
You can take knowledge from anywhere.
Yes.
So even if they're not the spitting image of health, which is backed by science, which is what they're saying they're backing it off of, if what they're saying is resonating with you to make sense, even if it's not even the same way they want it to make sense, that could still be valuable.
Well, that's where I would want to shove it in their face, I guess.
I mean, that's
And I don't
valid.
think anybody is doing that. I don't think I've ever
I
seen
hear
Ricky
that.
Gervais sit there, and I'm projecting right now, but it's fine. I'm going to say it anyway. He's saying very convictiously that there is no God, and it's a ridiculous concept to believe in a God. And then I'm sitting there very convictiously like, well, then why are you fat? And it's like no one's asking him that. You're saying, bro, why are you fat, and why are there 10 bags under your eyes, and you don't look like you watch what you eat, and you don't look like you run daily, and you're saying that science is the side that you're standing for. There's a contradiction. There's a hypocrisy. Hypocrisy
Yeah, and that's where
playing into it.
That's where I'm saying, while I'm not agreeing full forcefully with Christians are just by default more
I
of
never
a
said
spitting
that.
image. Yeah, true.
But yeah,
I'm
I never said Christians. I said theists.
Is there an agenda?
With-
Even if you
with
haven't
what
said
I'm saying-
exactly the words he said,
Yeah,
is there an agenda?
What I'm saying is an agenda, yes. I even admitted that on Swiss.
So your agenda
It is an agenda, yes.
would be
Atheists don't know
showing-
what they're talking
right,
about.
or that they don't actually believe what they're talking about.
They're standing on nothing, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can't give advice if you are not following all the rules of the things that you're trying to hold as law.
They're talking the talk.
Bro, this is why I fucking hate corporate so much.
Yeah.
I hate corporate with a passion because they hold all these rules that they don't follow. That shit is stupid.
Yeah.
They don't. They wanna say things that they don't genuinely believe in and expect me to just shut up and follow that, and that's just not how life works.
If Noah started tomorrow making Christian music and saying he was a Christian,
It'd have to be country.
how
It would be country
or do
Christian.
you think it would be easier for him to build a community and to gain a following?
Probably.
Yeah. As biasly as that comes
Probably.
off of. And
that's not-
especially in the area that I'm from.
That's not me saying that that's what you should do either.
No, I
That's
don't.
not at all what I'm saying.
I don't
but
think that.
To get to the point,
But I do think that, yes.
and I'm saying this like objectively, life for atheists in the United States is harder.
Because it's against them?
Yes, they are standing against something that the overwhelming majority of people do not agree with.
They're going against traditional values, which are
the
still...
status quo.
Yeah, I would agree. I can't argue that.
And this country does not maintain its stance of separation of church and state.
Not
And it
even
is to the
close,
atheist's
bro.
detriment more than anyone.
Fair. Yeah.
So atheists are against a wall.
Pushing against...
They have a wall pushing against them. A wall of Christians pushing against them.
For sure.
Pushing them into boundaries that they don't agree with.
For sure.
And that could have a toll on their mental health. That
Definitely.
could have a toll on their physical health because literally they have less support. They
Definitely.
are against. That's just an aspect of it that I want to point out.
That's a good
I don't
point.
think that's the whole story.
I think it's a great point. I can't argue with it, especially with where we're at. The internet is so new.
Yeah, bro.
It's
People
unbelievable.
do not get it.
We're already like consumed by it, so it doesn't feel like it's that
Yes.
new, but it is very, very new.
What I think is we are going to,
Not to cut you off.
No, you're good. I was done.
and not to cut you off, I'm sorry.
That was it.
Okay.
Domino effect.
We are so
Domino.
invested in the internet that, like you're saying, it's blinding.
Yeah.
And we will get to I have full faith that we will get to a point at some time way in the future where the internet has been prevalent for a long time that the detriment will be too big to ignore. It will inevitably be too big to ignore because right now the path we're taking is what I'm seeing anyways. We're just shoving everything under the rug until it's like the Diddy thing just all of a sudden comes out. The internet probably had access to the Diddy thing the whole time. It's had that access. So
How did we not see this?
The Bible explains how God supports Israeli soldiers killing children. So,
Which is why I'm saying, again, I never said the Christian God was the
Yes,
God I
true.
believe in. I said
but
theism.
Cliff's God,
That
the
is...
most healthy.
I would adore having Cliff on the Conscious Cast.
That would be great.
I would not see that being
think-
detrimental in any way. I could see that being a very lengthy and structured debate.
It'd be him and his son.
Yeah, I could see that.
It'd be him and
We
Stuart.
would need more mics.
Definitely.
Dude, the fucking
Is our
Fresh
shit
and
lagging?
Fit podcast
Yes.
shit just has.
Dude, it was not lagging for the beginning of the podcast up until
The Fresh and Fit podcast
15
has
minutes
like
ago.
fucking 15 of these.
yeah.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Of those mics.
Dude, what did you
$5,000.
You said something before I was like, what the fuck? I thought you were handing me the phone. I was like, why?
Hello?
Allison?
Even she was like, no, definitely not that.
Dude, you said something about Cliff.
I would love having him on.
No, it was
No, he
before
brought
that.
up Cliff first. Cliff supports Christianity. He's been going to college campuses for over 30 years and talking about
Fucking
Jesus.
geezer.
He's 70, but he looks great. He's very healthy. Him and his son.
I could see him living to 150, bro. He's fucking.
Him and his son are spitting images of health, and they defend Christianity to the core.
And they believe Israeli soldiers are justified in killing children for God.
But just to defend Cliff and Stewart, they
Not
also
American
believe in
soldiers.
evolution. They also believe in
Fair.
the Big Bang. They
Fair.
also believe in psychology.
I think the thing they defend the most, more than even Christianity, is Jesus himself.
Definitely. Jesus is the guy.
So you are saying, byproduct of you saying that Cliff and his son believe in Israeli soldiers killing kids for God,
the Bible said that.
but they for real would stand on that?
The Bible tells of
I don't know. You would know more than
Moses. It's either Moses or
me.
Noah.
Is this... What's the story?
Dude, Noah,
The story.
Is it
bro, you have an ark?
I do have an ark in the Bible.
you have an ark?
I have a story arc in the Bible, and I also have a literal arc in the Bible.
I might remember the passage.
ARC and
Dude, that
ARK?
was my
Yes.
Bible as a kid. Was like a cartoon.
Comic
Noah's-
book? I had a comic book Bible.
No, it was like a real Bible on the inside, but like the outside was just like the.
Yeah, I got
cartoon.
clout in the Christian community. What's up?
I also do. I'm the king there.
But so byproduct. Oh shit! Damn, bro, you beat Goliath. That's
I
crazy.
am the king there. Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't live whenever
I
the
didn't
whole
have an arc.
whenever the
David-
whole
That was long
earth
after.
flooded.
That was after. I was busy.
Yeah, but
Would you be confident in taking a low tier kickboxing fight with just training with me once a week for like 2 months?
Yes.
Oh shit, 125, bro.
That would be easy. Yes.
Dude, call out Dory or call out fucking. Who's that short ass kid from Richmond?
Sakai.
No.
Leviticus 26:21. If even then you remain hostile toward me and refuse to obey, I will
Nice.
inflict you with 7 more disasters for your sins. I will release wild animals that will kill your children and destroy your cattle, so your numbers will dwindle and your roads will be deserted. That was a message directly from God in the Bible.
what a savage.
Your fight name should be the Goliath Killer.
What if it was Days?
Would it be before or in the middle?
Days the Diddler.
No diddy?
What do you think it should be?
The Goliath Killer.
Dave the Goliath Killer?
Yeah.
I would be skeptical.
Goliathide?
That's what you committed.
Bro, you're getting me amped thinking about going in the ring. That shit's
Bro,
crazy.
If you fight this kid, who's that short kid? He trains with Sky at boot camp. He just got like his first win ever, and it was crazy.
I have no idea who you're talking about. He's younger than me, I take it?
Maybe, yeah, probably.
Smack that joint.
Younger than
Yeah.
24?
Yeah, I would say so. I just want to see it. Bro, I feel like all y'all should just do it.
I need to, bro, because
Just once.
me and Seth, to ironically make fun of myself, given the stance
I'll be on a song.
hold on atheism, I have not worked out in probably a week or
Dude,
two.
we said we were going to go to the gym yesterday. we
yes,
didn't.
and then you had a job until 8 p.m.
We've literally done push-ups on the Conscious Cast.
Yo, hold up. You guys said that you were going to go to the gym yesterday and didn't?
Before,
Correct.
For work.
Me too.
Berate me. Oh.
Me too. I feel
Nice.
Wow, what a fucker. He didn't even go to the
Yeah.
gym when he said
Fucking
he was
idiot.
Well, fuck that guy. He's probably an atheist.
Fucking illiterate.
Doesn't even know words. Oh!
You kissed it, bro.
Yeah, I
Damn,
did.
bro. You know what? I know how the body speaks in physical combat contact.
True.
I can read a person.
Keaton's combat camp.
You ever,
Keaton's
you ever
combat
just
camp.
grab their ass?
Dude, I should have done that to Connor, bro.
Grabbed his ass?
He moaned during that shit.
Yeah, he did.
I am pissed.
We should give him 45 push-ups for that.
It would have been better if you grabbed his ass.
Do you think that would have made him respect you more?
Power move?
It's like a
Dude,
dominance
there's
thing.
nothing I can do more for him to respect. Like he literally, if I
He's
came
in
up to him
denial about
person,
respecting
I
you.
would say get on your fucking knees, bro, and he would do it.
Do you think he would get in a cat suit for you?
He would pull, dude.
A
I-
footless cat suit? Like,
The feet have to be there.
no,
For
bare
one.
feet. Like
Fur
there's no,
one? Like cat fur?
Fur one.
Do you think he'd paint his toenails for you? What
He
color would you like him to wear?
He would do anything for me.
Hey,
He would do anything to fight me.
that's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. Call
Oh
him
yeah,
baby
100% he would do that. All the other stuff, I don't know. I'm feeling a little
He's really he was
not
he's
as
like
confident
praying.
on that, but
He's praying, bro, to God and Jesus and
He's probably healthy.
Moses.
he's praying to Moses.
You think he's healthy?
He's praying to everyone.
I mean,
He's praying
if
on
I'm
Noah's
to-
Ark right
Yeah,
now.
he should
If
be.
my statements
Dude, he rode that wave.
are to be...
I would
just
ride
looking
that
at
wave too.
He was not
in a
fucking
boat,
rhetorical.
a giant
He was just
boat.
looking
at
at
that.
He was not.
Wait,
he
who
was
is it?
chained
Connor?
to the ark.
Not even.
Yeah, he was chained.
Oh, he was chained to the
Yeah,
ark.
he was riding the wave.
that is
just, like,
such a...
outside the
Physically,
ark.
yes.
Imagine.
Yeah,
I
we
could
were
see
just on
him-
the fucking
Imagine not being
being
the captain
mostly
of that boat. I couldn't.
Physically, yes.
Dude, we
Mostly.
were one hand
do you think
each,
about that?
bro. One hand each.
Mentally?
Yes, someone that is a spitting image of physical health, but not necessarily mental health.
Oh my God, are you shitting on my boy Conor McGregor
guy-
right now?
No, not... well,
I mean,
the statement still kind of stands.
Yeah.
I think he's. What's the right? He's filled with vigor. Do you know what vigor means?
True.
Yo.
Do you know what vigor means? Vigor. Sorry.
Oh shit.
Do you know what the word vigor means? Really?
No, I do
V-I-G-O. Filled with life. Filled with animation.
I think I've heard vigor.
Maybe.
Invigorated.
Okay, invigorated. I've definitely heard.
Filled with energy. Connor is filled with vigor. I will give him that. However, I think he's living a lie, and I think he's going crazy because of that lie.
Dude, I think you're crazy.
You don't think that Connor's living a lie?
Okay, I just want you to think about this, right?
It is spelled with an O, if that's what you're saying. Like vigor.
Yeah, V-I-G-O.
He was just saying.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Connor's filled with life. I'll give you that.
I think, dude, imagine my crazy ass becoming the literal face
Yes.
of what I love.
Yes.
Making all the money from it. Boxing, the greatest boxer of all time.
Everyone's
making
going
all
to
that
forget
money.
Patty because of you.
The face.
You
That
look
goes hard.
like Patty.
Dude, people are going to literally... I have a feeling... I've had this feeling for a couple weeks now. I am going to maybe fight Sean O'Malley.
Oh,
It'd be
yes.
like a Israel
I'm
Adesanya
sure.
versus
I'm
Anderson
sure.
Silva type of moment.
Yes.
But I'm gonna like make him look like definitely just the next generation of things, which is just how it goes. But I feel like I'm gonna make people forget that there was a Sean O'Malley.
Yes.
You're gonna be the pioneer of the next generation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna judgmental side of me is gonna come
Yeah.
out right now. Do we all know who
He's gonna be
Sean
the what?
O'Malley is? Pretty okayly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we agree? Sean O'Malley is a clown.
I don't know him well
So-
enough.
How so?
Sean O'Malley makes himself the butt of the joke when he is posting on social media or acting out something. He is trying to be the dumb guy that can be laughed at, and that's how he invokes laughter.
Do you have a specific example?
We could look at his Instagram, and maybe I'll be proved wrong. My argument is that if you look at his Instagram and go to any video where he's had to act or at least pose for the camera, not always, I'll give him this, he flexes. I'll give him that. However, Sean O'Malley, not to just put him into the archetype, but he dyes his hair like a clown. His hair, he
I
has
bet he
clown
dyes
hair.
it with Kool-Aid.
He has clown hair. Can we agree before I continue?
What do you define clown hair?
Neon all over the place. It's invoking attention.
So Seth's hair clown hair?
Seth
He's calling us clowns.
Seth is in an afro.
Why? But you said he's dyeing it neon. Like that is a parameter of it fits into.
That is one aspect, yes. But you're right. I would say
I had like 5 different colors in my hair. My shit was like a galaxy.
Yeah.
And it was short. It wasn't an afro when I first got it cut.
True.
Listen, I'm not saying that that's.
Yeah, I'm making a big
The
claim
point.
here. I should be challenged.
I'm saying I don't understand why that specifically has anything to do with him being a clown. If he's personally making himself a clown. Yes, he also dyed his hair multiple colors.
I'm saying he fits the. He is
But he
fitting
also
another
has an
variable
afro.
in the archetype. Can we agree on that? The archetype of a clown is neon, bright-colored, almost unnatural-looking hair.
But he knocks people out for a living.
Right now, I'm not trying to take away Connor. I'm saying when he is given the limelight, he embodies the archetype of a clown.
Have you seen him in press conferences?
I think so. I've seen him on his podcast. Is that the same?
Well, I feel like press conferences, when he's faced with the opponent, really shows out who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And he's very, like... This is what I respect about him is because he's not a natural shit talker.
What do you mean?
Like, a lot of it is forced. Like, the things he'll say
I
is kind of
agree.
like,
I agree.
basic almost.
And he'll take, and would you agree? Do you know, like, the idea of low shelf to top shelf? Do you know what that means?
I felt so.
It's like low brow to high brow. He'll take a low shelf option to fulfill the charismatic role, which is being laughed at and mocked.
Are you okay? So
I
maybe-
wish I could
maybe
think of
he's
one
released
example.
some video. Maybe he's released some videos since he's
Like,
lost.
yeah, what about him acting like he's training? Every video where he's training, he makes
Okay.
a fool of himself.
Yeah.
It's all a joke. Every
like
time.
when he kicks
He's
the
like-
bong in the park? And
Yeah,
then
he's trying to look stupid.
Yeah.
He wants to be.
because he's feeding into what the people have said to him.
Yeah,
It's almost
It
why
is
I-
a form of winning
It's
the crowd.
almost why I
He's
keep
being-
being a fucking asshole who talks shit to everyone because it's like, okay, you
I'm
guys
guilty of
want
it as
this.
well. I do the same thing.
I was about to
That's
say
why
it,
you're saying this about Sean O'Malley right now.
it comes off very
I wanna hear
ironic.
it.
It's very ironic that he would be like the champion, but he's running and smoking a joint at the same time. What other fighter
True.
has ever just been fucking doing that to show off that?
True.
Yeah, I'm
Nick
still
and Nate
keeping my
Diaz.
shit in check. Like
Nick
True.
And Nate Diaz.
Do what?
Nick and Nate Diaz.
they were doing that shit.
What?
So,
Nick and Nate Diaz were doing what?
So Nick Diaz, a fight in Pride, this dude tested positive so high for marijuana before the fight
maybe
and
he
after
did
the
once.
fight that he had to have been high during the fight. And it was one of his most impressive performances ever. Against a legit dude from Japan.
Yeah, I mean,
And he eventually got his career sabotaged because he got suspended for 15 years or 10 years for marijuana.
bro.
But you got John Jones out here fighting people on
Coke.
not even coke, but literal steroids. And
Yeah.
Chael Sonnen on literal steroids, multiple fights.
Chael Sonnen admitted to that shit.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He's like,
a
"Who
real
was
about
it?"
Yeah, yeah.
But I guess my point is, dude, I could see myself being like that.
But you'll also sit there and say agendas are bullshit. The music corporation is bullshit. You will hold ground
Fair.
on something that is so serious to you that you will accept the most outrageous attacks on it.
Hold up. So is this why you guys talked about agendas? Is because he doesn't agree with agendas?
I don't agree with agenda. Well, it depends on the agenda. We push agendas.
David's agenda is against agendas.
Yeah, it's still an agenda. When I say that all atheists are unhealthy, that's an agenda. I'm pushing an agenda.
Okay.
Because agenda means, and I looked up the definition, agenda means ideology. It's almost the exact same thing.
Yeah. But it's almost like it's an intention.
Yeah, you're trying to get something out of this.
Your ideology is what you believe. Your agenda is what you want others to believe.
Fair. That's a good point. What led us to that?
We were.
We were talking about Sean O'Malley
You
being a
said-
clown.
I said Sean
who
O'Malley
were the
was
fighters doing
ironic.
Yes.
And I said I could see myself being like that, and you said yes, but I would also stand on points.
Yes. I don't
that I was-
see. I don't want to be too much of a fucker here because Sean O'Malley has called out fighters to fight. That's a stance. Even though that's his line of work, he's still making a statement that he has to defend. So I can't argue that. But when it comes to overall points such as labels or how the UFC operates, or I've never heard him make any outrageous, convictious claims. It's anytime that he needs to fulfill the spotlight of being a charismatic Sean O'Malley, the guy that everybody loves, he chooses the clown. That's what he embodies, and I've noticed that. And I'm a fucker because I can't give you one exact example, but I am convinced that if you pulled up his Instagram and went through his 5 most recent times he's done that, you would see that.
I was thinking about a specific video where.
Well, actually, I can't think of an example. His training videos. He's
Yeah,
ironic.
you
yes.
brought up that.
So yes, I can say
I
at
was
least
gonna
one.
say the part where he was like, "All right, I'm putting he like put the belt away in the cage, and then he
Yes.
like came back the next post and he takes the belt back out. And it's like,
Yes.
dude, shit like
Yes.
that feels.
Clown.
Yeah, it feels like he is not taking it too seriously,
I would agree with that.
but I genuinely feel like it's healthy
Do you
for
think
him to not be so serious, I guess, all the
Do
time.
you think that his caption was healthy, where he said, "Actually, I didn't lose"? Once again, which might be the 4th or 5th time in his career that he's made that claim of "I am What does he say? I've never lost. There's a word for it. I can't think of it.
Undefeated.
I'm undefeated. He loves to make that claim in his person, and it seems like he
Hold
will
up the
do.
zeros.
Yes, and he will do anything to remain in that position, if it even means being a clown.
Kind of like the Chael Sonnen thing. This dude would have like 7 losses on his record, Obviously
I never lost a round.
Yeah, undefeated, undisputed. Has a plastic belt on stage.
So that means that the original post of Sean saying, "Man, I lost. I'm gonna go stop doing the MMA for a while." That's what the post said, right?
Yeah, you'll see me in
I lost.
next
I'm gonna
summer.
take some time off from UFC. It is what it is. Next day, JK, I'm taking this belt back out. I never lost. I'm still undefeated. It doesn't feel real. It feels like a joke.
Yeah.
That is probably exactly what he wants you to feel because that is not how he genuinely feels in his heart. Maybe he knows like I lost that fucking fight and
But-
I have a persona to keep up.
His public persona represents and embodies the clown.
He is not. If what you're saying is correct, Sean O'Malley is not being himself in his persona. He's playing a part. He's just being a character.
To be that
Not
guy.
necessarily because it's just about like his record and what happened in the fight. Which I mean, he is like low key kind of realistically standing on winning the first, third, and fifth round.
I thought that when you originally said something about it, you're like, dude, I was watching that, and then the first round, I was like, who?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm almost positive you did
Yeah,
say that.
I definitely did say that, but he's standing.
Do you agree?
Because what I was saying is he was putting it out there, but in his heart he knows. But he kind of is standing on winning the first, third, and fifth.
Do you agree that he won the first? If
I
you-
haven't watched it back yet.
We should watch it.
I would be down to watch it.
I remember after that
I
first
would love
round
to watch it.
being like, like he definitely. I don't remember him winning that. I don't remember feeling like he won that round.
So paint this out. You and Sean O'Malley are sitting down in a chair together watching that.
You guys are
first-
in the
first
same
round.
chair together?
Yeah, that would be cute, right?
I'm on his lap.
Yes, that's fine. Well, no, he plays a clown, so
He would be on your lap.
Do you think I would beat him
yes.
in a amateur fight?
Amateur. Define what an amateur fight is.
So 3 minute, 3 rounds.
I am convinced
A
that
professional fight's like 5 minute.
I believe you bring more energy. Energy's not everything, and ultimately, I am not the fighting guy. I don't know the most about fighting. I'm not gonna lie, but from what I've seen, I would give your energy over his, so I would give you the dub over his.
I think that when there's such a big gap, that I don't energy does not matter. Like I
Really?
feel like he could literally be drunk,
And
Hold
beat
on.
you? Is that what you're about to say?
not drunk. He could be high. High would
haven't-
probably amplify it.
Haven't you've
This dude could be sick,
didn't you say that you could beat him though? I thought you said that.
dude.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, it's hard. It's hard to realistically think this shit because, like I said, you got to keep up. It depends on the mood, bro. I didn't go to the gym yesterday, so I know right now.
Right? I get
You
that.
know, but a week before my fight, I'm gonna be like, dude, I'm gonna take him down, ground and pound.
What
I'll
if-
see what's up.
What if fucking 7 weeks is all you need?
Okay, if I had 7 weeks to prepare for him,
Yeah.
Dude, that would be easy mode. I
Yeah,
feel
could
like.
you beat Sean O'Malley if you had 7 weeks? What would you do in those 7 weeks?
3 minute, 3 rounds.
And you're gonna get the top of the. Everyone's gonna
Why
give you
not?
the priority.
We'll do 3 minute, 5 rounds. So it's an amateur title fight.
So what? Do you see it going all 5 rounds?
Why does it got to
Yeah.
be amateur if you're fighting the champion of the UFC?
He's not champ.
Okay,
He's
the
not?
And I'm an
former
amateur,
champ.
bro. I have like.
So
Sean's
what?
not- Sean's
How do you
not
get into the
champ?
UFC if you're never fighting at UFC?
If that's my if that's the stipulation, like that's my fight into the UFC.
What's the longest? What's the highest number of rounds? Longest amount of time a match could be?
5 rounds, right?
Yeah, 5 minute, 5 rounds.
So
25.
25 minutes of fighting.
25 minutes.
Right now, yeah.
If your opponent was tough and they made you, they didn't let you just tap them in the fucking first round, or just knock them clean out. If they're like getting you into the 4th round, you've been in there for 15 fucking minutes already. You think you could keep going?
Yeah.
You got the stamina.
I think
You're not gonna be gassed.
I think what a lot of people get twisted is like every. Was that? Did I say it?
No, you did
I
not.
didn't hear
You
it.
said
Okay,
you said
okay.
just like.
Okay, cool. People get it twisted that I feel like everyone's fucked after the first round or 2 or 3. It's literally mental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Max Holloway, who's fighting this weekend, probably one of my biggest inspirations of fighting. This dude made it to the UFC at literally 19 years old.
Baller.
He said like you just gotta go to Crazy Land, and that's basically what it is. To where
Crazy land.
I like to compare it to a machine. Like I'm in machine mode, which is funny because Marab.
That's a great.
His nickname is the Machine, and that's a
yeah,
good
it's really
shout
good.
for
That's
the
really good.
title. But because that's how it feels. Like my body is just going.
It would literally take something breaking for you to stop.
Yes, I wouldn't let it get to that. I would.
Of
tap.
course.
I would fucking. Yeah, I don't. When it's chokes, you can last. I feel like because if you go to sleep, then it's like whatever.
It's
not
like you
like-
did just say it.
It is like whatever.
It's like whatever.
Yeah, I think I still owe a 25.
I don't remember you owing
I
anything.
don't remember that.
Nope, me either.
Yeah.
Sick. I remember
I
Keaton
don't.
owing some.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I'm 25 right now.
Dude, I cannot believe that it's already been over 2 hours. That is
Yeah.
crazy.
I think all the time spent eating really made it feel like
Yeah.
there was a difference in the flow.
We stayed on a pretty good point, though. There was a lot of. It almost seems like we had topics this fucking episode.
Dude,
True.
I've been thinking about it. I think me and Seth should start a podcast.
What would you name it?
Something like. It'd have to be some kind of known saying or something, obviously,
Like an idiom?
compared to dumb and smart.
Oh my god. Dude, you can't embody that. I already confronted you.
Like good cop, bad cop.
Yeah.
I don't know, but like that kind of saying, but into dumb and smart.
I don't know if you have anything to say about that.
Just for the meme.
I'm thinking of a name.
What would you guys talk about?
Dude, it can't be dumb and smart though.
Yeah, I agree. That's dumb and
Fucking
smarter.
Brain and bronze.
Dr.
Hold on.
Dunce.
You said what?
Dr. Dunce. Dr. Dunce.
So
yeah,
it's
I
a-
heard you say.
It's a dog.
But what? What's that?
So yeah, I got that.
Yeah, I
Like
heard
a
it.
doctor is somebody that's gone to school for 8 to 12 years. And a dunce is like,
Oh, okay.
Someone that just
Okay.
can't figure it out
I see where your mind is though right now. I missed it
Yeah.
at first.
on weed.
I was just like,
trying
dude,
to do like 2 words that
My
start
mind is
with
on
D.
weed. Dude, I'm not gonna want to do these next 25 push-ups.
I believe in you.
Oh yeah, you owe 'em.
Dude, I've already done
I forgot.
100.
I've done 25. I've only said it one time.
I think I've done 75.
Stupid.
I'm doing pretty good.
No, I think Mad Days is
What would we talk
too
about?
good, too, man.
Genuinely.
Bro, I don't know.
I know what we would talk about. Sean O'Malley and Izzy
Bro.
and
Bro, can we call it the science show plus Keaton?
Is that matter of fact, or what are you saying?
Because he's not part of the science.
yeah, I
he's
got it.
just
After,
Keaton.
yeah, it took me a minute. It took me a minute.
Keaton's gonna be just like the helper on the show. He doesn't have any like
He's
real
just commenting
opinions.
on what's happening. He's just like over to the
Carrying a
side.
tray.
He's there for shock value.
Hey,
He's like, oh, okay. Is that
Dude.
why?
Keaton, how do you? How do you see yourself on matter of fact, Keaton? What do you think? What do you think an episode with Keaton would be like on matter of fact?
I don't know if I hate my life or love my life.
Exactly what I just did. The impression I just
Yeah.
did. He's like, we're talking, and he's like, oh,
That's crazy.
and then he'd be like, is that why this is like that? He's kind of got the.
How do you think you being on matter of fact would be?
Yeah.
Dude, I'd be very student-like.
Fair. Yeah, you said you wanted to be on an episode about philosophers.
Greek mythology.
Oh yeah, you did say Greek mythology.
Yeah.
True. Dude, what if all 4 of us did an episode about Greek mythology? For matter of fact, you'd have to find a way to come to our house on Sunday
Dude,
in the morning.
I
we
would
do
do
it in
a
the
bunch
morning.
of research.
Dude, I love
Dude,
Greek
I could do it the
mythology.
night after
We gotta
the
dress up
fucking
in
party.
togas.
Oh, okay.
Or the morning after the party.
Can we dress up in
Dude, you
togas?
should stay
with
at the.
branches.
I would be down.
at,
I would
you
do
guys
that
should stay
shit.
at her mom's house.
Are we able to do the podcast the next day there?
Do you guys want to do a Greek mythology
Yeah.
episode?
I bet Maximus would come by.
Dude, he's cool with me.
We
Yeah.
all 4 have to dress up in togas, with olive branches in our ears.
Wait, can we each be a god?
Bro.
Who would be? Okay, so you
I would
know
be
Greek-
Poseidon.
No, because I was gonna be.
Nah, dude, I called it.
He represents blue, to be fair. He does represent
So what would I be? Hades?
blue.
Damn,
is
dog.
Black, I think.
That's red. It's
So that's
Red
me.
and black.
Not white.
Yeah, it's got to be.
What's
Maddawg's
evil?
Hades.
What's pink?
No, I would be
Fuck, I'd
Ares.
be a chick,
I would be
huh?
Ares. Ares
No.
is red. The god of war.
Mm.
I don't know enough about
What's
the
his
gods,
name?
honestly.
Fuck.
I believe
I
in
was
you.
gonna get a tattoo of him.
Hermes?
Dude, actually, if anything, I would be Dionysus,
Dionysus would be great.
the god of wine.
I don't
And
know.
parties.
I have no idea who the fuck I would be. No clue.
I would have to dye my hair
Noah
purple.
has to be Cupid.
What the?
Cupid would be crazy. Cupid would be nuts.
Dude, just remember.
I don't know who I
Gang,
would be. I
gang.
don't know enough about them. Who's the one that ran?
You're like
That was
young
Hermes.
Hercules.
Okay.
You're like no.
Ares.
He's got to be Hercules.
The god of war is Ares.
Fair. Yeah, Hercules would be good.
Yeah, we should be.
Would I be Hades?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Buddha.
Buddha's not in Greek mythology.
Dude,
Come on. Get
what
out
was
of
the
here.
guy? What was the guy that he built the wings?
For his shoes.
No.
There's
And he got too
Icarus.
close to the
Icarus.
sun?
Icarus's grandpa or whatever the fuck he was. Who's that guy?
Hephaestus.
No, it
The
wasn't.
Tinkerer.
I don't know
Hephaestus.
these, bro. I'm
Hephaestus
not
is
well
the
adept
god
at
of-
this subject.
Hermes.
I feel like Keith
wasn't
knows
a
more about
god,
Greek
it
mythology
was-
than me.
Like a king or something. I don't know. Whoever he was, that's David.
Who am I? The guy that went too close to the sun?
No, you're
King
his
Midas.
grandpa.
I'm his grandfather.
Yeah.
I'm a grandpa.
You're like wise and scribe like.
Dude, you're like the American Gandhi.
Okay.
I would not say.
I
it.
represent peace.
I don't.
Fuck atheists. But
Yeah.
I,
Yeah, I
besides
was
them,
about to
I represent
I
peace.
think Days makes too many claims to be. Well, I guess that fits
That's
American,
American,
Gandhi. Yeah.
Western Gandhi.
I could see that.
Yeah. I'll be Western Gandhi. That's not bad. I know you've been pointing out me sitting crisscross applesauce when you
I
said
just clicked onto there and I was like, it just gave me peace vibes, bro.
yeah, you said Buddha, but not actual Buddha because Buddha's probably an atheist. He's fat. So you said fit Buddha.
Especially with how sporadic Noah was looking.
Sporadic's a good word. Is it when his hair's up that he looks sporadic? Does he look less sporadic?
Nah, I'm confronting your ass.
Okay.
Right, meow.
Okay.
Dog, what are you trying to mean about you're not going to take advice from guys on certain things like you would girls' advice? Like about your hair? Like,
Yeah.
Is it a girl who told you to wear it down like Justin Bieber?
No,
Okay,
that's my opinion.
my bad. I think up is better, but that's just me. Coming from a guy. I'm just a guy.
When it comes to the way I treat my hair,
Those were good points.
I would rather ask a girl because they've spent their whole life growing up understanding how to treat their hair more than I have because my hair's been short my whole life.
Has there been a guy trying to give you advice on that?
No.
Okay, you're just saying like that's who you would go to.
Yeah, like
Okay.
that's what. Like I had a specific hairdresser that I trusted because I'm like, okay, she's never led me astray up to this point.
Bro, someone led her astray from the boy.
Yeah, that's facts.
So, is she a
bunch of stupid someones.
cosmetologist?
Yes.
So she went to school for cosmetology.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that the root word of cosmetology, one of them is logi, which essentially means logic.
Interesting.
So
True.
Mm.
it is a scientific discipline based on rationalism and logic. So it follows the scientific method to obtain data and make educated guesses and come to conclusions about cosmetics and the health of your hair and skin. So I listen to cosmetologists because they're scientists.
Wow.
Now,
The
with,
more you know.
with that being said, I'm not saying specifically
That was
that
crazy.
they have to be cosmetologists to be the best people to give advice. It goes back into the frame of I have to see it for myself
Yeah.
to take your advice, because if you're not making any sense by your
Actions.
then why would I listen to your words? And I would say more oftentimes than not, women have longer hair. They have
Yeah.
to do more things to maintain said longer hair.
True.
So the longer my hair gets, the less likely I am to search for a man to give me the information on how to take care of that. Not to say there are no men out there that could give me advice on my hair and it be the facts. I'm just saying it's more likely that I find a woman that knows what's going on.
No, I get that.
As long as I can just rub your hair, that's all I care about.
You can't rub my hair, dude.
Why the fuck not?
Yeah, you can't.
Dude.
I've tried.
Dude, my hair is fried from being bleached twice.
Right.
You can hear that.
Dude, you fucking dye it with Kool-Aid. Quit lying.
My hair is fried from being bleached twice, and then dyed as well twice. Man, it sucks.
My hair's fried just from being bleached.
Yeah.
Fair. But yeah, I think people are hypocrites of their ideas. I think that if you're gonna, not to sound like a broken record, but if you're gonna say that you're on the side of science, but you're unhealthy, you're not on the side of science. That's not how that works.
Yeah, you can say you're atheist, but you can't say you're on the side of science.
Yeah, if you're not healthy, then you're going against everything. And that's the thing that's really profound about health, is that religion and science both agree. Religion uses science to find out what it is that makes them healthy. You have to use a scientific method to figure out how much weight you have to lose and how you're going to do it.
True.
If you're going to hit weight, there's a math equation to doing that.
You want to know something too? My past 2 fights since I've been in 35, so all my amateur 35 fights, I have weighed in at 136.0, which is the max weight.
Exactly 1 pound.
Yep.
Damn, bro. So is it hard for you to get to 135?
No.
No?
I feel like that's why I get close, is because I'm so comfortable. Like, I literally weighed in to check my weight, and I was 35.2, so I was like, bet. And we were waiting on the commission to get here to actually officially weigh in. I ate a couple pieces of pineapple and drank like a swig of water, and I did not think it was gonna make that big of a difference.
It's crazy. So what, 0.8 pounds from
when I weighed
pineapple
in,
and
the
water?
dude who was there that was with me, that was checking the weight, he was like 136.0, and I was like,
that is not where you were earlier.
but I think that's intimidating.
How easy it can fluctuate?
Just like to fighters, because that's like some pro shit.
Are
Being able
you-
to make 36.0,
Because
consistent.
that's the highest.
Yeah,
That is the max
that's
weight
like
that you can get
scientific
away
shit,
with.
yeah.
You're
Which
doing
I'm not
it.
even doing it scientifically. I just know. I'm just in tune with my body and mind, realistically.
But you also have to go off of your results. So
Of
that means,
course.
okay, if Keaton eats this on any given day, he will either gain, stay the same, or lose weight. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you keep that in mind.
Yeah.
You keep it in mind that is how you lose weight when you need to lose weight. Or, live like Patty the Batty or whoever you want to live like whenever
But
you're not
he does the
fighting.
same stuff months out. That's why he always is in the best shape ever.
Months before he takes on a fight, he is already shooting towards...
Most of the time, he's in shape.
So he's...
Especially now that he's getting higher up the ranks, like he just beat King Green.
And then he's
So he's
staying
like-
fit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I respect that. He's trying to stay in the game so he's ready to take on a fight whenever.
So you lost.
Well, I lost in him not living up to the words he said.
I mean, he did say that he wants to live his life. However, like he thinks he'd be happier if he could just eat whatever he wants.
Yes.
That's what David's going against. David disagrees with that. He's not necessarily saying that he thinks that Patty the Batty will always stick to what he just said. And clearly, if he's not doing that, then he's actually not sticking to what he said. He's staying trained up, not eating whatever he wants, because he's finding that that's actually working better for him.
Yeah, by the way, shut up.
Can I say something?
That was a joke, by the way. I was just kidding. I was just kidding.
Is happiness objective?
Okay. Me and Seth talked about this on Matter of Fact. Me and him disagree on something. A fundamental law of reality is their obligation. I say yes. Seth says no.
Obligation to what?
Your own survival and your own quality of life. I believe human beings have an intrinsic obligation towards that. Seth disagrees. Seth says if you'd rather ignore the impulse to eat and live out and die of starvation, that is you exercising the proof of the fact that there is no obligation. The fact that you can choose to not eat and follow your own wiring means that it is not an objective obligation.
It's genuine freedom.
Yes. I believe in obligations. What was the exact question you asked?
I said, is happiness objective?
Happiness is subjective, yes. What makes one
Objective.
person... Oh, I thought you said subjective.
No.
Is happiness objective? I believe happiness is dependent on quality of life, and I believe that quality of life is dependent on health. So, yes, I think health is objective in that sense.
I think that happiness is more of a mindset than anything. I think you can be miserable doing anything,
Of course.
which proves that you could be happy doing anything.
I think temporarily would be my only point.
I think that when he says things like, I would rather be fat and happy.
Are we just frozen?
No, we've been coming in and out. I don't know. I mean, yeah,
True,
but like
good point.
right here, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
But I think the fact that I'm trying to run it while
Watching.
streaming it,
Yeah.
Not wanting to.
the internet is doing a whole bunch. Maybe I shouldn't be running it. Since we
but
clipped.
I'm listening. What were you saying?
I just thought of something, but his
Who-
brain functionality,
Who is he? Who's
Patty
he?
the Batty,
Okay.
his brain functionality is not going to be operating at the same capacity as somebody that is healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, he will literally become more depressed easier
Mm-hmm.
because of that instability.
Wait, you're saying Patty would become depressed?
I'm saying the more and more unhealthy he is, the harder and harder it gets for your brain to operate in a way that can keep it in a mindset of happiness, because okay, we talked about this the other day. You said you hurt your thumb, but you didn't feel it hurt until you looked at it.
Mm-hmm.
Your subconscious knows pain, so it will alert you in your consciousness to react to it. And I think that you getting depressed and your brain getting more tired and your body just operating more rigidly is all stemming from the unhealthy habits that you're building on yourself, which is your brain trying to tell you you need to change something because this is not working, it's hurting you.
But I guarantee you that that's probably not an unhealthy habit necessarily for Patty specifically,
What's not?
like overeating and
Just
stuff like
getting
that.
fat?
When he does. Yeah.
Is that healthy for anybody?
I wouldn't say it's unhealthy because it just makes him happy in those moments.
We
It gives
talked
him
about this
happiness.
on Matter of Fact, about how diet was a pillar of health. Diet, exercise, diet, physical fitness, and mental health are all the three pillars of health,
Mm-hmm.
and that each one stands on top of the previous. The first one, the most not the most important. I'm sorry, the most urgent and the most the one you must attack first to support the other two. The foundational one is diet.
Damn.
Diet is the chemistry you're putting into your body to fuel the chemical reaction that your body's doing. And if you're not providing, like Noah was talking about, the chemistry to your brain necessary to produce the chemicals necessary to be happy or to feel feelings of happiness or to regulate
Serotonin.
Serotonin, norepinephrine, dopamine, oxytocin.
So I feel like you get that feeling from eating, though.
Which feeling?
Happiness.
There is some serotonin.
So you
Especially if you cook it.
experience feelings separately from
You're good.
from when you're manufacturing the chemicals. So you don't after you've digested the food and your body has stored those chemicals you need, that when your brain is releasing them, that's what's telling it to feel happy. It's releasing serotonin and directing it toward its receptors, and the receptors are receiving the serotonin, and it stimulates, or you've been stimulated by something telling it to release this serotonin and receive it.
Can I say something else real quick? I equate it to McDonald's. If you eat McDonald's all the time, it'll start boosting your serotonin to go off when you eat McDonald's because it just tastes really good.
And that's not because of what's in it. It wouldn't matter what you're eating as long as you think it tastes good. So as long as it tastes good,
I saw it right as it went away.
Isabel
the
Leo
tasting
joined the
good
gang
is
plus
what's
one
telling
respect.
Your brain, giving it the stimulation to release the serotonin.
Which is the trap.
Now, serotonin is good. It regulates your.
Is there a trap if it is just it brings Patty happiness?
Well, okay. Here's the thing. What if the cheeseburger? If you only ate that cheeseburger every day and it didn't give you any of the chemicals necessary to manufacture serotonin, and now every time you eat a cheeseburger, you feel nothing because your body can't
It's like a drug.
release serotonin because it has none because you didn't give it then that cheeseburger isn't helping you be happy. The cheeseburger's taking away your ability to feel happy.
But what if it's not?
And, well,
What if you eat the cheeseburger and then it keeps giving you that feeling?
okay, but if he's eating the highest tier cheeseburger, then yeah, maybe he's getting the serotonin from the things that he actually needs. If he's also following it up with the vegetables that he needs and the other, I can't really say for sure. This is more of your department, but
I love what I'm hearing.
Vitamins and macros.
yeah, I mean, all the things that he would actually need in his diet. Now, if it makes him happy to eat donuts every day, like and this is just extreme. This is probably not even how he eats them, but like 5 times a day. He's just smacking donuts all day. He is not getting the serotonin from the actual value of what he's ingesting into his body. He's just getting the sweetness serotonin of the shock value of what it tastes like. And when you unsaturate that and break that down from experience, a lot of other things start becoming more tasteful that you don't really get serotonin from when you eat because it's just not as sweet and not as flavorful. But it becomes more tasty and flavorful the less you're saturating, such as water just tasting phenomenal. And I know there are people out there that are like, water's disgusting. I'm like, that is the most absurd thing that I've ever heard. If you would stop drinking soda and juice and everything that is not water, all the sugar and the sweetness, if you would unsaturate your taste buds, you would realize how water really tastes, because then you can feel it in your body, how it really affects you. Like, you get where the serotonin is actually supposed to be built from based on it driving your body in the correct direction for your health's sake and survivability. Especially if you're going to be fighting people, you don't want to have a broken body or you won't be able to
But that's when he does that, is when it's like a break.
And yeah, I don't know exactly his eating habits. I'm just going based on what I'm hearing from you guys, like debate back and forth. I can't say I've done any research into it since it's been brought up. I'm just basing it on what you guys have said. But in personal reference to diet and how much serotonin you get from eating, because that's the biggest thing for me is where the serotonin is coming from, not about like whether it's giving you serotonin or not. Because McDonald's gives me serotonin, but I do not agree with eating McDonald's. It's just terrible for you.
It triggers the release of serotonin, but it may not provide you with the nutritional value necessary to manufacture and replace the serotonin you're losing by eating it. When you feel the serotonin, you're losing it. You're using it up. That's what it's there for, is to be used in the moment you need to feel happy. And serotonin, the purpose of it is to signal the completion of a survival task. Like eating, especially something that tastes really good. It's telling you there's a lot of calories in it. You're going to survive now because you ate it. It's releasing this to give you the motivation to do it again, to keep doing the things that are going to make you survive. But we have more than just serotonin, and they're all necessary. So, for example, dopamine and serotonin amplify each other, but dopamine, the purpose of it is to signal novelty so that we can take in new information. So when we do the podcast in a different spot every time, it kind of can trigger a feeling of dopamine. When you smoke marijuana, it triggers the release of dopamine chemically, and also smoking marijuana in a new place offers the novelty that would trigger dopamine, so it can amplify that. But dopamine on top of serotonin is you would receive dopamine and serotonin by creating a variety in your serotonin behaviors. So if you're doing the actions that make you survive, like eating, well, you can't just eat every time you feel the need to experience a serotonin release. That can't be the only serotonin release you get. You have to eat, and you have to bathe, and you have to drink water, and you have to run, and you have to write, and you have to like create, and you have to converse with friends and be social. There's a lot of things we have to do to survive, and that will trigger serotonin release. And the more variety we put in it, the more it's actually also triggering dopamine release. And when we're starting to experience multi-varied neurochemistry, that's going to pull us even deeper into norepinephrine release, which is it's like elevating your bodily function, like your heart rate might increase. You're going to start getting oxytocin, which is essentially love. It's the love chemical. It's what makes you feel attachment to others, trust in others, things like that. So if a conversation is reaching a point where there's like a lot of novelty and a lot of serotonin release and a lot of dopamine, you're going to start triggering even more, and you're going to have healthier relationships because there's going to be a stronger feeling of attachment and community. So all these things are necessary for true, genuine fulfillment and happiness. This is the chemistry of it. This is the science of it. But ultimately, what it comes down to is your behaviors. If you want to achieve the best neurochemistry, you need to eat right, and that means eating stuff that's going to add to your neurochemistry. An example is tryptophan. Tryptophan is a building block for melatonin and serotonin. Melatonin is another neurochemical related to sleep. You're not going to get as much melatonin trigger if you're not triggering your other stuff through the day to help give your body a cycle of release. Like you have to get all the serotonin out and all the dopamine out that you need to get out to then start releasing melatonin and feeling tired. And then you also need to feed your body tryptophan, because if you don't have any tryptophan, your body can't make tryptophan on its own, and you won't be able to make serotonin or melatonin. And there's other neurochemicals too. There's probably plenty more that I don't even know about, but all your bodily functions are controlled by your brain and the chemistry going on in it. A healthy diet is the foundation, because without those triggers in your brain, you're going to be depressed and you're going to be anxious. And being depressed and anxious is like the worst possible scenario to be in if you're trying to be healthy. So it starts with diet. The next step is exercise. That's where Patty the Batty's doing probably pretty good. And honestly, Patty the Batty, if he's eating good stuff,
Right.
it doesn't matter what bad stuff he's eating. All I'm saying here is he's got to eat the stuff that is going to give him his neurochemistry. But other than that, I mean, you could take a pill and get that damn near, if you believe that synthetic versions are even worthwhile. Some people don't believe in that. But either way, if you eat some spinach and like on your cheeseburger, the cheeseburger is not what's giving me what I need. I mean, tryptophan is in like eggs and turkey, and there's specific things that have tryptophan, and you should have that. But there's other stuff too. It's like you have to have a big variety of diet to have the most variety of nutrition.
I
never
think,
started getting big until he was in America and in the UFC.
dude, America's food is by far the worst about making people fat.
My coach from Turkey, he said that he's never been this big in his life. And he's like not fucking fat, like he's big and stocky, but he's like usually slimmer.
So
24/7.
the point I wanted to make was, with all of this being said, where it's important to have the ability to replenish your serotonin and melatonin and all this.
Is it also important to eat donuts?
Yes.
Important?
Yeah.
Why
I
not?
think
Why not? My only debate is with Patty the Batty. That's my only debate stance. I agree with everything. I agree that I shouldn't ever eat that shit. I wish I didn't want to.
What about Patty the Batty?
That getting big
I didn't
has
even see his
no has no
I'm not backing down. I've made too many claims.
it just has him getting big has no importance.
it doesn't bring any value.
I'm convinced.
It doesn't bring any in value.
I'm convinced that Patty the Batty will be the most fulfilled in the most agile, mobile, and capable body that he can be inside. I am convinced of that.
Well, yeah, that's why he shows up like that in the cage.
You always bring up that point, but it does not obliterate anything about my point.
That literally
Because yes, it
break
does.
after the fight. He's like,
No, that's not my point. My point.
your point doesn't fucking matter then.
Yes, it does. Because my point is, if he quit fighting, he would live that out.
Oh, but if he was a fucking astronaut, then he would be in space 24/7.
And you wouldn't be able to be fat if you wanted to be an astronaut.
That's not my point.
My point is, if he quit the UFC and lived out this mentality,
He's
that
not going to.
Of course. Well, then then why would he even say it?
Because that is his genuine feeling.
But it's not
He's
real.
big and
It's
he's able
not
to
real.
eat.
David
He's
is
not cutting
advising. Sorry, I'm just here. David is advising people to not follow in Patty the Batty's footsteps, because they're probably not doing what Patty the Batty's doing with fighting. So they should probably not listen to him.
It's not a
say
universal
that.
statement.
But was he saying that to people, or was he saying that because he was answering a question that was asked about him and that was a part of his answer?
That's a good point.
So you're just mad.
Mad about what?
I don't know.
Exactly. Well, shut your fucking mouth.
He has the freedom to eat how he wants and still be healthy.
So
Oh shit, yeah.
my point that I've been trying to get at here is that you can convince yourself that is what gives me serotonin until it runs out. And that's the point that Seth was making is you have to have things that replenish it. Now,
Okay, but are you going against Patty the Baddie, or are you just advising health? Because if you're just advising health, I'm with you.
I'm saying I don't know what his diet is like.
Probably the best.
So I can't say for sure whether
You
he's
motherfucker,
getting
bro.
everything
You
that
know
he
it's not.
needs. Well, you don't know that.
I have seen him. He
On
has said,
YouTube?
he, from his own lips, has said the things that he eats. He would rather eat pizza and burgers and donuts and ice cream than worry about having a six-pack.
He
I
would
agree.
rather do that.
I will do my due diligence and look
Does
for it
he
after this.
literally do that?
That's what he says.
I agree. I can see him saying that. His
And
fucking.
He says
I don't
that,
remember
and
where
then
it's
he
from.
gains weight, so I'm convinced he's telling the truth.
If he just eats whatever he wants, that could include things that are
High
keeping
in
him
vitamin-
healthy.
Yeah, I can't argue that. I can't argue
Like,
It's-
what if avocado makes him happy?
That's fine. I can't
And
argue.
if he
it.
eats, if he overindulges, he will get fat in the things that maybe don't really support that so much of the things that he actually needs. And so he's just overindulging,
Which is
not-
fine.
I don't think that's healthy.
That's his own right to do.
True, he's
Sorry.
allowed to do
Because
that.
he
So sorry.
underindulges.
And you can do that with anything.
right?
There's no one food you could eat solely and get the variety you need. Even if it was avocado. Avocado's a superfood. It's fucking phenomenal. But if you only ate avocado, you're going to get depressed.
So I also,
You'd probably be malnourished. You'd
my
probably
biggest
go
thing
insane.
Fair.
is that him saying I'd rather be fat and happy is excusing the fact that he doesn't have to eat the correct things to stay healthy, because that would give him serotonin, and I don't believe that, because I believe that you could eat healthy things and get serotonin from that and be happy, and by laws of chemistry in your brain, based on my friend's science, you would run out of serotonin, which would no longer make you happy if you are not building the blocks to keep your serotonin reproducing.
Would you say? So would you say?
Swiss.
This dude has been in fight camp
Mhm.
for like the past, I don't even know how many years of his life. He's been in and out of fight camp. All that shit. Do you think it is just based off of experience of when he is on diet, how he feels, and when he's cutting weight, how he feels, to when after he fights, which is probably heavily induced by cutting weight and by starving yourself,
Yeah.
that unhealthy eating is what he's referring to, and the happy eating, or the not. Yes,
So
he'd rather be fat and happy because he knows that he is way more happier when he is able to eat whatever he wants, whenever he wants.
So there's a part of me that wants to be on the side of, okay, maybe he knows more because he's done it.
No, not even just knowing more; it's just him
Well,
saying that's what makes him happier.
More about his own.
right.
He would rather be fat and happy.
But is that possible is the realistic thing about it.
He knows it's.
He would be fat and
It's
happy.
possible temporarily
He's
until his next fight, sure. But if he didn't have a next fight and he just kept doing it, it's not real.
he probably would still be fat and happy though, because that's how he.
So you think that if he had 15 consecutive years where he didn't have a fight and he could just be fat and happy, it would remain fat and happy?
he would be patting the back.
He would be
I
fat
don't-
and happy the
Bar,
whole
saying what's
time.
up.
I
I
don't
don't think
think
so.
If he had
I
the
don't
money that
think
he
so.
has in fighting right now, if he just stopped
I don't think so.
right now, became fat and happy.
But it's not about the.
I don't think
It's
so.
not about the availability of things that he could do. It's about him taking care of himself, because you just can't sustain that and be pristine.
even if he's still working out every day, he's
So
just
he'd be working out every
indulging.
day, but he's fat.
His fat is probably like
200 pounds is what I'm thinking.
yeah.
That's what
when
I'm
he's
thinking.
when he's fat, he's still like able to work out and hit the bag and shit like that. Work out fully.
I would argue you can be 200 pounds and happy.
Is it relative?
I think it's based upon.
Could
money,
anybody?
but
Could any
circumstance.
person be 200
Could
pounds?
be
He
200
has
pounds,
a
and that'd be ridiculous.
he has a woman in his
True.
life who is like. I feel like if it's just a random fighter that fucking drinks on the weekends and he's always by himself and shit like that, maybe not. But he's like he's doing well for himself and shit like that. Everything else is going well.
But
for
why
him.
do you think that is?
I would say I could be 200
why-
pounds
what?
and happy.
Yeah.
Why do you think that
If it was
is
mostly muscle.
that he's
And if
doing
I ate a good diet.
in
I'd
the
have to eat
other
a good diet.
aspects like
It
that?
wouldn't. That's what.
Like he's got a
I
girl,
don't
he's
agree
got a
with him
nice
on. He
place,
can't
like
eat
whatever
whatever he wants.
the listings that you were just saying, like he has this still.
And getting fat means
From him living life.
if
I
he
mean-
was 200 pounds, and if it wasn't mostly muscle.
You said if he's not by himself, he's not like by himself.
how-
and he's
I wonder
drinking
how
on the
easy this
weekends
is to
and he's doing all
consume
this.
as a
What were you saying?
listener.
The things that he does have
They'll get
instead
it.
of those
Money,
things.
We'll probably
fighter,
clip it.
This is
Money
crazy.
and a girl.
Right. So do you
Make
think he
him
would
well.
still have those if he was like being lazy and not fighting? Or do you think it would be harder to sustain those things?
Well, obviously it would be harder to sustain those things if he wasn't who he was.
I mean, I guess people aren't going to want him to come back and do like promo for fighting if he's like fat now. Like, so he's not going to be getting paid near as much because he's not getting any promo from anything. He's not
But he's
fighting.
never been fat. That's the thing.
But he's saying fat and happy.
Yeah, I'm
That's
pretty,
what he's saying.
that was the word choice. I'm pretty sure.
So you don't know for sure.
I have heard the clip. When I think of the clip in my mind, the word I hear is fat, and I hear it in his accent and all.
I can. He probably did say that.
Fair.
Fat and happy.
Yeah,
Now I will do
mean,
my due diligence, but I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I'm just like I said.
Is
I'm.
he from the United States?
No,
No.
he's from
Australia.
No, he's from the UK, London. What's it called?
What if he didn't mean fat?
He's a Scouser.
Oh, do you mean like fat as in
He's
slang?
Scottish.
No.
What if he meant unhealthy, but he's not?
It's in London.
He
Like,
doesn't speak
England.
English as his first language, and fat
I don't
was
know.
the word that came to his mind to describe unhealthy.
I don't know.
Oh no, he's from England.
Oh, he knows English.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
sure knows English.
He's from England. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
There's no
okay.
Cultural divide here, you know.
No, he said I would rather be fat and happy than
And it's like if,
miserable with a six pack.
if he's never been fat, actually,
He's never been.
then I just
Yeah.
don't think that statement holds.
I think he said it as a short term for like able to eat whatever you want whenever you want, and there's no
Which is
worry.
different, and that's the point I think is.
I don't agree with. The funny thing here is, I don't agree with the 200-pound thing. I think you can be 200 pounds, have a healthy body,
Yeah.
and be healthy. I don't agree that you can eat whatever you want. Except that I do think you can eat donuts. You can eat anything you want to eat.
Yes, that was never my point.
But there is
but I
stuff
hear you.
you must.
can't,
There
though,
is
at
certain
times,
things you
bro.
must eat regularly. You have to eat certain things regularly. Meaning,
Yeah, get your vitamins.
I mean, if you eat those things, it's gonna cut into how much you're gonna eat donuts. Because if you eat these things, it'll make you not hungry enough to eat more donuts.
So
So
you said these things, you meant the mic.
the good stuff.
Ah,
I mean, like the good
Like
stuff.
the
over
human
here.
heart. So
Right.
eating humans.
yes.
Yes.
I'm glad we came
Let's
back to
circle
this.
back.
Yes.
You said eating. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You would eat the heart.
This is an important topic.
It is.
I
Can that
would
also be fried.
I would try human.
I'm sure you could fry the heart.
We like eating onions and peppers and spinach and avocado
Yeah.
on our burgers.
So to summarize this episode, all atheists are unhealthy. Of course, that goes without saying.
I'm just gonna have to. I'm just gonna have to do it. Okay.
He's just gonna
Let's
do
see
it.
it. Let's see it. I'll take a drink of beer to prepare.
I'll take a drink of beer as well to prepare.
Yeah, I'm preparing.
Welcome to the Conscious
Wow,
Cast.
Keaton's just being polite. That's ridiculous.
I will not claim to be the spitting image of health.
You're pretty good.
I would say I'm up there, and
Yeah,
I would
you
say
are.
I'm working on being even better.
Fair.
I care about health to a 10. You get what I mean?
Yes. I respect
It's important to you what you eat and what you look like, and
your exercise.
yeah.
I'm very almost. I'm vague but very specific about my beliefs. to some degree, I think it's foolish to accept one thing as the truth, given how little evidence we really have for any truth.
I think it's all.
I can't remember the guy's name, but to quote a guy who said something cool, my senses are flawed.
I don't know who said that.
All of our senses are flawed. So
It could totally be Einstein.
to follow the scientific method is to rely on our senses to observe results. And maybe we got it wrong every single time. Maybe we messed up the test somehow and we're not seeing it because our senses are flawed. And it is, to my mind, I believe it is unwise to choose one specific thing and be 100% certain about it, given the evidence we have right now.
I would totally agree.
Fair.
However, if I had a gun to my head and I had to pick one, I'd be an atheist.
Feel that.
Fair.
And I would be willing to defend a lot of aspects of science and a lot of some of the motivations of atheists.
Mm.
And I would even be willing to cast some stones at religion about why it's dangerous.
And scientists.
True.
And scientists.
And scientists. I was about to
True.
say, hold on now.
although historically more so, really more than anything, liars who
Right.
would use something as powerful as religion or something as powerful as science to lead others astray. But I have seen more contradiction in religion than I have in science. I think science as an idea rather than as it is always used in practice holds the most weight.
Mm.
You don't think scientists be making shit up?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
What do you
saying,
think?
yes, I do 100% believe people use science, and I wouldn't call them scientists, but I'd say they use science
Damn, that's deep.
to
Facts.
You wouldn't even call them scientists. That's crazy.
mislead others. It's like the Christians call a false prophet. It's like a Pharisee. Christians believe there are people who claim to be Christian, who then are using Christianity to misguide others. They even see it.
I would
So,
agree with that. Would you agree that you're not a traditional scientist or atheistic scientist?
Would you agree you're the typical writer?
That's a difficult question. I don't know.
I wouldn't say you're the average agnostic either.
I would agree. Because you believe
What separates me?
you are very convinced by synchronicity and Carl Jung and Jungian psychology and psychoanalysis.
I believe that can be explained scientifically.
Scientists don't.
It can at least be explained as to why it is something people are drawn to.
For sure, but when it holds objective basis, they kind of tap out of it and you don't.
When we're talking about objective basis, we're saying that there is a being communicating this to us.
Well, when you think about the idea of synchronicity, what do you think?
I think of the
Ego?
the subconscious.
So you think of humans wanting to find significance. You don't see any actual basis for synchronicity.
But it's like a hint towards true meaning.
It's a hint, but it's not it.
It's like
So it's ego.
It is
Sudoku.
like-
Okay, so then you are a traditional, but you hear it out more than the average atheistic scientist.
I think that's when I was a child, I was a Christian.
Same.
Same.
Yeah.
I think it's
Imagine
a very
that.
default thing. We're all.
Yep.
It's an easy
My
default.
mom wasn't even that Christian. She just
Nope.
thought it was the best thing to do to
Same.
raise me
Yep.
Christian. And
Same here.
that's because she understands that it's easier to be Christian.
And follow
It's
the herd.
harder to be atheist. And I think that, going back to your question, what were you saying?
Do you find yourself to be a traditional
Mm.
atheistic scientist, or
I hear out the
scientific
other
atheist?
side because I heard it out first of all.
That's a good point.
And because in order to even come to the conclusions I've come to, I had to go from someone who was Christian and unwilling to hear other sides to doubting Christianity, seeing the contradictions, not vibing with a lot of what Christianity was,
Same.
and then opening my mind and looking out and seeing what else is there, learning about other religions, learning about what the whole fucking human race believes and has believed for thousands of years. I studied it in fucking high school and college. I had world religions classes and shit. And studying the Bible, studying science. I read a lot of other people's opinions online. A lot. I spent a lot of time online when I was dating someone.
I think that the thing that makes you separate from the scientific atheist community is that you're willing to be wrong.
I would agree. That's a good.
There's a side of you that is willing to be like, okay, maybe that's not the fact, then prove me wrong. And I feel like that's where we're all at.
And
Professor Dave explains not.
That's
No.
where I have come to almost an even further conclusion, even after being pretty sure of science.
Right.
I've had a lot of conversations and arguments with people about it, and I'd say that maybe even in the past I was more like Professor Dave explains,
Fair.
where I was like, how are you guys not just getting this? Like, what? It's science.
Ignorance.
And I wasn't willing to see how there really is no that we it's not that there's no objective truth. We don't know if there is or not, because even if there definitely is objective truth, we aren't able to find it.
Yeah, who the hell is it to say we found it?
It's our objective
Yeah, we're
truth
the
if we
only
make
ones.
it true.
Who's to say that we are capable?
We're the only ones dictating it as so.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
So
But you think synchronicity ends at ego, and I'm a motherfucker, and I don't.
I think it's just a psychological hack.
I do not.
It helps
I think,
us understand what is meaningful to us, because whatever you're thinking of when you see that number,
number is not what I'm saying, but I hear you.
whenever an event happens.
Well, whenever we talked about Punko Pop or whatever,
Right.
and it happens, I'm very convinced by those moments.
And what does that
Very.
convince you of?
It convinces me that something is listening.
What's it trying to tell you? What is it communicating that it would even put that in front of your face? What's it trying to
Perhaps-
get you to do?
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. But perhaps I'm on the right path.
Self-awareness, maybe.
Or self-awareness.
And what is that path?
path is following my truth.
Dude, I think synchronicity plays into my theory of collective conscious. 'Cause
I would agree with that.
I think that when you guys are talking about Punko Pop, it's projecting it out to the world.
For the audience, they're
But
talking
what's
about
listening?
Punk Goes Pop,
Yeah.
the series of albums. Punk Goes Pop, not Funko Pop. The
Yeah, I
figurines.
keep saying
Yeah.
Funko Pop.
You guys both said it.
The
I think I did say Funko Pop.
no, I said Punko, but
Oh, I think I said Funko.
Punko Pop, not goes, but go.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that guy bringing that up of his own volition is very attuned to where we were putting our energy in the world at that series of time. And I just see a lot of those things where we're saying something and then the thing that we're watching or the people that are talking around us or whatever are just playing into that. And I just feel like we all connect on a level that we don't even understand. And maybe it's even that we're reaching out to try and grasp the collectiveness back together because it's so shattered right now.
Yeah, but I guess the only thing that's not making sense to me is what is it that's making that come together the way that it does? Is it just chance? Is it just
Yes.
matter and energy acting as matter and energy? Because I'm not convinced of that.
I think there's pull.
I think
I'm not
Punk Goes Pop
convinced.
is an album that a lot of people heard.
Yeah, but for a dude that's 20 plus years older than us,
Has no idea who we are. Doesn't really
and
even
out
know
of
what we're
nowhere he
talking
brings
about.
that up.
We weren't even talking about.
We were talking about music,
We were talking about Kanye,
and then we talked about covers,
And then Punk Goes Pop
And
was
he
brought
just
up.
happened to like these
And that was one of the
metal covers.
first things that was talked about the next day. Sure, we all like music.
The previous, yeah. Okay.
Sure,
the day before.
we all like music. We all like to talk about music. We're going to run into people that talk about music. We're from the same place. So sure, maybe Punk Goes Pop was big around here, and that's why. I'm willing to hear all of that. But the fact that it was brought up, the way that it was brought up, in the timing that it was brought up, convinces me that there is an outside ear and an outside eye witnessing and hearing these things and putting them into the story. I am convinced.
I'm lost as hell right now.
We are arguing if... Do you know what synchronicity is? Synchronicity is when the life, and this is something that you recognize a lot, when life is communicating to you. When someone else brings up something that you were talking about the other day, and how the fuck were they... As soon as I walked by them, they brought up this thing that I was just talking about, and this is such a unique situation to be in. And the best example I can think of is what happened to us three. Me and Seth, as we were cooking burgers in the kitchen, like we always do, started talking about Punk Goes Pop, because it's an album that Seth knows very well. Album, right?
Mm-hmm.
An album that Seth knows very well. He's brought it up about 2 or 3 times in our entire friendship of about 2 years. Over 2 years at this point. No, over 3 years at this point. And about 3 times he's brought this band up and this album up. He decides to this night. We go to the food pantry the next day. There's this man that's in front of us in line. He doesn't talk to us pretty much the entire time until we start talking about Kanye. So we start talking about Kanye, and then he jumps into the conversation with us and starts talking about Kanye with us. And he pretty much agrees, yeah, Kanye's kind of crazy. He's kind of doing sus shit. And then we start talking about covers. And then out of nowhere, the very next morning, after me and Seth bring up Punk Goes Pop, he brings up Punk Goes Pop. And I find that to be fascinating because my entire time working at Pence, my entire time in Columbus, never did I once ever hear anyone other than Seth bring up Punk Goes Pop.
Yeah, I've never heard.
I
people
have
bring it up.
never heard anyone bring up Punk Goes Pop. And the next day, the day after he brings it up, some random stranger brings it up. And now we're talking about Punk Goes Pop with this random dude that's 20 plus years older than us. And I personally am very convinced by those experiences. I don't think it's just matter and energy. I'm not convinced that it's just matter and energy. If things like that are going to happen, I'm not.
I think that it's the same belief.
What do you mean?
I'm like saying the matter and energy is drawing us to each other because we are collected as one. But you're saying there's an outside force that would be drawing you guys together so you can have that conversation in that
Yes.
specific. And that's the same concept.
Well, no, it's not, because mine is conscious and yours is unconscious.
How is yours conscious?
Mine is something outside of life is preordaining it. Yours is it's.
That would be unconscious because we would not know what the hell that is.
I'm saying it's conscious from something else.
It's the
so
other
it's
thing
not
watching.
our conscious.
Yes, but it is a consciousness. That's the idea of God. And then you're saying no, it's matter and energy being matter and energy. Life is just doing what it always would have done. There was nothing that preordained that. That's just chance.
So does
Happenstance. Sorry.
does the same thing happen to like a cat?
What do you mean?
Do you think a cat runs into ordeals where it's like thinking about one thing and then it just runs into something that is the exact same thing it was just thinking about?
Yes, I do think it happens to cats.
I do not know.
So if it happens to cats, is it because God, said being, said consciousness is choosing this cat's every single step?
I do not know.
Because it can't be just specifically catered to humans in that
I hear that.
regard if there is another being that is controlling everything.
Yeah, I hear that.
But
Why not?
why can't it be only humans?
Yeah.
Because how would we even operate with these things in a balanced manner?
They're not if all they're doing is using other human beings to communicate their existence, they're not really giving us anything.
Were they just falling in line with where we put them?
Well, let's just say that it's in some way them controlling the outcome. It's more like they're making sure this semi's tire blows at the right time so that it stops traffic to make us take longer. etc. You know, some
fucker.
Yeah, because what is it that they would even be trying to communicate with us when it comes to that? When we're trying to prove murder in court, we like expect a motive.
Would you say there's no expected motive from God?
God is just sending messages that he exists.
Yeah, is there like an actual motive behind what God is trying to portray, or is it just that he's just trying to show that he's existing?
If you're asking me very personally, I think God is indifferent. I don't think he's all good. So yes, I think he is just communicating that he is there.
So would you say that all humans are all good or all bad?
That's no, I would not say one to either.
So
would you say?
Could you say that
Could you say? Okay.
humans are, in a sense, as an average, indifferent? Because they don't sway one way or the other.
I think they are a byproduct of their environment, what they were born into, what part of the world they were born into, what level of poverty or richness they were born into,
genetics.
what their family is like, yes, what their genetics are. I would say that is what I mean by indifferent.
What if synchronicity is the reason for us seeing what if DNA is the reason for us seeing synchronicity and experiencing it?
We understand the properties of almost reproduction, so we search for it more, or we look for it more.
It's pattern recognition.
It makes sense to me because when I look at this guy who's bringing up Punko's Pop and I say, oh, this has significant meaning in my life, it validates my ego and makes me feel important. So psychologically, I understand my argument is already rooted in me wanting to feel validated and feel like my life is important.
I think it would be hard for you to give up the belief that synchronicity really means something.
I would agree. Synchronicity is very convincing to me.
I think it's just a product of letting you know that you're on the right track when that kind of shit happens.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah.
Right, but David's... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I think it's just that.
I was going to say David's equating it to be an outside force of some other consciousness running our life.
Yes.
To get that going.
Or at least seeing it, yes.
So...
Not controlling us. Although, how could it cause synchronicity without controlling us?
Right, it would have to be some sort of manipulation.
Yeah.
Which would not make it indifferent. Which,
if
it's indifferent, it can't have an agenda.
Well, it got this guy to come to this line to talk to us about that?
Yeah, that's pushing us in a direction that can't be indifferent.
I would agree. It's convincing me. I would agree.
So, I don't think it's possible for any God to be indifferent based on what religion is painting out gods to be, because they're very smiteful.
And they say that they're all good at the same time.
Yes.
Their God is all good.
Their God is all glory, all everything, but also chill with
very
Israeli
wrathful,
children being killed.
Yeah.
Right.
So the point I'm making is, with that being the parameters of it can't really be indifference. It has to be pushing some kind of agenda, which I feel like is necessary when we're looking for things to get us in the right direction of where we're trying to go.
Yeah.
We want the agenda to be pushing us in that direction, and it feels that way when things like that happen. But that's where I feel like collective consciousness becomes a stability of, well, if we can put that out into the world, and who knows, and this is just spitballing, I don't actually know if this is how it works or not, but based on the idea that I'm giving, if energy is unobtainable, like we can't actually see the kind of energies that we're giving off because of our senses, like you were saying, like we can't see
limited.
that, we can't hear that, we can't. If that's the case, we don't know how far that extends. Maybe, and this is where I'm saying often where it feels like we're gravitational. where we are pulling people towards us. And I feel like our energies are way bigger than the average person based on the things we're trying to do, our drives in those things, and our willingness to just throw ourselves into the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
And it just creates more and more aura. That's why you guys are like, oh, when you walk in a room, it's hard to ignore. We're giving off that energy, so that has to mean that it's over amplifying itself outside of us if people are connecting with that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it feels like, okay, if we can connect on that kind of level where nobody can actually tell what's going on, but we're all connecting anyways, then how could it not be that connection driving the interactions that are falling into place like that?
But what do you think about the exact same thing being brought up? You don't think that you think that that's just the energy, we're connecting on that energy? He brings up Punko's Pop because we talked about Punko's Pop.
If we separate the ego
Yeah.
from just the actual being itself and say that I was giving off the energy that is feeling like Punk Goes Pop is relevant in this moment in my life.
Yes.
If it's to say that we're a collective conscious of human beings, that we all can connect on the same level if we were willing to let go of our individuality, then whoa, it's very possible that you give off that energy and somewhere in the collective conscious that is outside of you would latch onto that and be like, I also feel like this is relevant right now because they're trying to come together. I would, there's an example that I'm going to make. It's from a video game that I've played. And so you go into this temple, and if you can talk to animals, there's a bunch of rats scurrying everywhere. And if you talk to the individual rats, they're all like saying weird one-offs like, oh yeah, I remember this thing, but it's just a one-line memory. And then it's like, okay, they all just have like different memories that they're being super individualistic about. You start killing them, and then that one will confront you and be like, if you don't leave us alone, we're all gonna like deal with you. And it's like, okay. And then I start killing more. And they're like, all right, we warned you. So they all come together as a group and start attacking you. Well, if you fight off the horde, they come together as one being. And it was all of his individual thoughts being spread into each individual rats, which you can imagine a swarm of rats, how many there are. And I'm like, okay, why couldn't human beings be that? Why can't they be a separated version of a being that is God, that is driving the force of the earth to go forward in humans' outlook?
Like ants?
Essentially.
Would you we all would have to agree?
Yes, we would have to all separate from conflict and just all give up our individualistic.
Well, no, what if we're already doing it?
It feels that way sometimes.
Ants give off pheromones that communicate to each other without them actually saying anything.
Right.
What's going on? They can detect stress in an ant. It's not even looking at. It can their antenna can pick a pheromone out of the air of stress that came from this ant, and we give off pheromones. So the pheromones I'm giving off are communicating things to you guys unconsciously.
Mm.
And I'm not saying that a pheromone can tell this guy about Punk Goes Pop.
Right.
I think I mentioned metal covers, and he knew about metal covers. But
I hear that. What about whenever we went to the fives, and our mileage was 5,555?
I mean,
when we went to the fives to drop you off,
just simply because we drive there all the time.
Definitely.
Like, that was something that was a place I went to over 100 times.
I can't argue with that.
It wasn't a repeating number every time I went there.
For sure.
It was a cool sequence of events.
Right place, right time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're on the right track.
I think it's useful.
Yes. I was going to say
I think
that.
it's very useful because it brings things to my mind about
But
my life that I subconsciously know for sure is going the right way for me, and it helps eliminate doubt.
How is it useful if you don't believe there's any
Because I'm a human being and I experience the feelings even if I don't logically believe in it. And experiencing...
Sorry, go
Should
ahead.
I let him finish?
No, I was going to
That
say
was pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I'm experiencing the feeling of synchronicity when I'm seeing what's happening. I would get that same feeling. It's just like with ghosts. Like I get spooked with ghost stories. But even though I don't logically believe in it, I still know all the things that come to mind in that moment that I'm like feeling confirmation of.
So you remember on Matter of Fact, whenever we were talking about illusion versus real, and you were saying it's difficult for you to accept the illusion, and that's something that you can't just do? So are you saying now that with synchronicity you can easily accept the illusion?
What illusion specifically was I talking about?
That you can extract meaning from this even though it's only a product of the ego.
I'm trying to remember specifically.
Oh,
what was
are you
being
talking
said.
about on Matter of Fact?
Yeah.
Maybe the belief in God. I don't remember. I just remember us talking about illusion, and you said verbatim. Fuck, I'm not gonna say verbatim and then say this, but you said something along the lines of. You said something along the lines of, I just can't easily fall into the illusion. That's not just something I can easily do.
It is too easy for me to see out of it.
The synchronicity?
Yes.
You can see the illusion of it more clearly.
More clearly than what?
I think the idea of God is what we were talking about.
No, I'm saying even with God and synchronicity, I can see my way out of. I can see the illusion of it.
But you're still buying into it, is the thing I'm not.
I
that's
still
not making sense to me.
experience the feelings.
Right, and you still apply it to your life as something that could be meaningful.
Right. So
even though it's not real and it's an illusion.
Yes.
But it could be a different meaning, because what I was going to say is if we're developing the status of synchronicity being like a telltale sign of we're doing something correct, then every time we see that pop up, one, we're going to be more attuned to finding it, and two, we're going to just paint that out to be, okay, this has to be a telltale sign of something big coming.
But would you agree that's an illusion and it's not real?
yes,
I could say it's delusion,
but no.
because
Okay.
I would view it the same as I'm going to be famous.
Sure.
I'm putting it into I'm not famous yet. I don't actually know how it's going to come about, but I'm being delusional in the sense of expecting that from my life no matter what. But I know that having that mindset is going to put me on the right path to do the things that maybe aren't always correct, but they're going to get me there one way or another because I'm delusional about it.
Fame is the goal for you? Fame is the thing?
I mean, I want to perform for a lot of people and a lot of people to know me so they can hear what I'm saying, yes.
Hell yeah.
I want to be a leader.
Mm.
And I think that fame brings leadership.
You guys see the point I'm trying to make, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm trying to explain.
So
But you're... Okay, I'm not even going to say this. I'm just going to let you explain.
So you're saying that it's an illusion because
I'm trying to really listen to what he has to say. Because it doesn't make any sense to me.
it's like I feel like I've almost gotten to the point like 10 times.
it's what?
It's like I feel like I've almost gotten to the point
Damn
like
it.
10 times.
Okay, let's hear it again.
And we can do it together after the pod, bro. Wait.
So, yes, I can rationally see why logically synchronicity is not real. It's an illusion. Just same way with, for example, God. Same way, for example, with ghosts. However, I still experience the feelings that come with such powerful ideas when they're put in front of my face, when the illusion is at its strongest. And I find it useful because in those moments, a natural response to synchronicity is to feel as though you're on the right path. And if I delve into that and psychoanalyze myself in that moment, is psychoanalysis not useful?
Yeah.
The psychoanalysis in that moment is telling me what path I'm trying to be on or what path I want to work out for myself. Not that it's going to work out. It's telling me what I would, at my deepest core, want to work out for me. And then, if you break out of that and you understand logically that no matter what path you want to take, you can do it. Logically, you can do it. Now you've found what path you want to take, so you just have to try as hard as you can to follow that path. And that's the usefulness in synchronicity, is it's continuously through your life bringing up, what is my path?
So what's the usefulness in believing in ghosts?
Sorry.
And do you believe in ghosts?
Not. I overstepped my boundary. You're correct. I apologize. Sorry.
Ghosts make you avoid the dark. Ghosts make you avoid dangerous situations.
So is it unrealistic fear?
It is it is not rational fear.
So unrealistic.
Yes.
Okay, so it's unrealistic fear. Okay.
But it is applicable realistically.
So it's stemming from a realistic fear.
Sure.
It is the part of your mind that is regulating your response to danger, and it helps draw out aspects of the collective unconscious into your mind from human beings in the past who responded in a way that helped them survive. Like when you're feeling spooked by ghosts and you're about to walk into your dark bedroom and you make sure to peek around the corner first. You don't expose your entire body to the danger. That's how you would behave if there was a bear in your room, for example. A real danger. It helps draw out, and it is useful to understand the instinctual behaviors we could use to help protect ourselves in scenarios where a dangerous being is in our presence.
So given everything you just said, do you believe in ghosts?
No.
So given everything you just said about synchronicity, do you believe in synchronicity?
No.
Okay, so synchronicity is not real.
No, but it's useful.
But it's not real.
It is real.
The placebo of it?
In the sense that it is really a thing that humans do.
So it's only, like Noah said, a placebo and a function of the ego, and that is where it stops.
But your mind controls so much more.
It's a function of survival.
Okay, that's where we
I feel
disagree.
like your mind can literally create shit like that. I feel like.
Well, that's the thing, is him saying punk goes pop, me just creating it.
I mean, in a way.
I definitely
I don't think
emphasized
so.
on it. I definitely emphasized on it, but he said it.
I think it's literally just as simple as like the universe telling you, like, you're
But what
on
is
the right
the
track, like you're in the
but
right place.
is
type
it
shit.
is it just matter and energy saying that?
I don't think so.
I don't think so
it's
either.
this human being that just would think of that.
But what would make him think of that? Matter and energy?
That's just how.
Was it just his
complicated
chemistry? Was
I
it
think
his
it's just
chemistry
him.
was operating within my chemistry miles away the previous day, and now he has something to say about it today?
He could
Is
be
that what made it happen?
NPC.
That's not convincing to me.
What do you mean?
It's not convincing that.
It's literally just the universe. I don't know.
What's
bro.
just the universe? Is it just the universe and everything is as you see it? Is the rug just a rug? Is that plug-in just a plug-in? Or is there something deeper behind the layers?
But no, it's not just a rug and it's not just a plug-in.
And what is it?
It's a layer of multiple things coming together,
Okay.
such as the cloths that were used from it, the threading that was
Sure.
used in it, the materials that
Absolutely.
are used in it.
I agree.
Okay, before we go anywhere else, I do want to say this. From what you were saying, so like a couple weeks ago, I was at the place we were about to throw the party at, her mom's house, and I was like in this room, and it's like even just stepping in that house, you could
said
probably
it.
see what I'm saying. This shit's haunted. What are you saying?
You said it's like
That's 50 I gotta do after the podcast. Are you fucking kidding me?
Bro, you said it.
Thanks, David. I know. I went into this room, and I was alone, waiting on her phone to deliver. And it's a known thing that the funny thing that this house is haunted just by feelings and all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I walk into the room to go throw my trash away, and as soon as I enter the area where like the basement is, I found out later, I'm walking into this room towards the kitchen. I feel this fucking like into my chest, bro. I felt it. I was just like, I like went away and sat down. I was like, I am sorry. Like whatever energy is warning me, like I didn't know, but like that shit was real. I don't know if it's my mind.
Did you go into the house thinking this house is creepy, haunted?
It's creepy.
Right, so you're giving it the place of like it could be haunted because.
You're on high alert. You're detecting every minor.
And
But
here's where
I feel like.
But here's where I'm like on your side of where you're saying your brain can create things. I think your brain is way more powerful than the general public gives it credit for, and I think it can do a lot more things outside of you that we don't really attest to.
Do you think such as create energies that have been risen from the past that are like in this house where they're like, okay, so this person feels
if it's not,
so we can open up to this instead of being so closed-minded, we're not even going to give that thing attention.
I don't know. Because I don't know if ghosts are real or not because I've never seen one. But I also can't say they're not real because I've never seen one. But
you're not open to them. Not that you're not open to them being a real thing, but
I'm more on the side of I'll believe it when I see it.
I get that.
And I feel like a lot of the times that I've experienced things that were of that.
But you wouldn't be willing
area.
to go to a haunted house.
I didn't say I wouldn't be willing to.
Oh, but we were talking about it, and you said you weren't.
I said I wouldn't be into that. I don't think that I would enjoy going to a haunted house because I just don't take it that seriously. But I would.
Okay.
But the thing is, I think that, and I've done things like, okay, when I was 18, maybe 17. Me and a bunch of kids drove out to this bridge that apparently some girl killed herself at. And if you go at a specific time at night and turn everything off, then all of a sudden the windows will start fogging up. But also it's fucking fall and the air gets really cold at night and you're all breathing in the car so the windows will fog. You
have to turn your car off.
Yeah, it all makes sense. It all lines up with what the story is saying. However, it's also, there is an explanation behind it if you look past that, I guess. If you're not giving into the placebo of there's this dead girl breathing in our car that's fogging up her presence in the car is fogging up our windows and blah, blah, blah.
We should stay the night at the real Conjuring house.
Why?
Weren't we gonna watch the
Literally
Conjuring?
brought up
Yeah.
your name out of nowhere.
True.
Said who? The guy in the video?
We've been recording
So
for quite some
it's
time.
one of their ways of like communicating,
One of whose ways?
Spelling, and they
like
spelled
the
out
people
very
who
letters.
own the Conjuring house.
Like, do you guys know about Ouija boards?
Yes, I told you my
We-
story about Ouija boards, didn't I?
that? Fuck that shit.
Ouija boards are completely placebo. It's all just like muscle stimulation and everybody being like, oh my God, it's moving. So you'll unconsciously just move it.
Okay, but you don't think the science of humans having to give energy into a thing for a thing that's in another dimension, essentially, like they need that energy to be able to move it, type thing? Because that's the whole thing on ghosts, being able to physically interact with things in our world is energy feeding off of us and shit like that.
That's assuming that ghosts are real.
It's very
Okay,
convenient.
but I'm talking about the Ouija board in a
Yeah, and what I'm saying, sorry, Seth, if ghosts aren't real, then the Ouija board is literally just muscle movement of the unconscious making us spell out words that are gonna form out some kind of.
So much out there. How can ghosts not be real? Half of the stuff out there is probably fucking fake. That's
Dude,
the
there's
thing.
like
But there's
CGI
so
to the
much.
max.
I don't
the
think
videos
there's
from
a
before?
requirement for ghosts to exist. Like a requirement for life to have some kind of form in this place after we die. I don't know, bro. Life is just chemicals reacting.
You don't think any of this weird shit is true? Any of it? You think all of it is just for
I'm
nothing?
gonna say I don't know. That's what I'll say.
I'm going to say that I think it's foolish. I think it's unwise to be too sure.
Wow.
To be too sure enough to say that no, there's no possibility ghosts exist. I think that's unwise. But what I'm also saying is all the evidence that exists for ghosts is just very conveniently vague.
Yes.
It's
How?
like the fact that
They heard it.
the Ouija board, the only way for it to communicate. If ghosts were real, why can't they just talk to us?
That's just not how interdimensional.
That's very
work. I don't
convenient.
know how else to
That'd
put
be very convenient.
What do you mean? It's literally a person who has died before. It's not going to be convenient.
But it's convenient that they can't talk to us, and they never have been able to figure out how to. If they're trying to, if they're
But they
doing,
have. We've found ways to be able to.
I think humans really want to feel like something beyond what is right here in the
I've seen
tangible
so many
exists.
videos
I
with
agree.
people who don't believe, who are like, "This is bullshit." Who, after a night of staying in a random ass place in fucking Kentucky, are like,
That's because they're a
"Whoa."
human. Even I experience those feelings.
No, it's not feeling.
But you could say that about synchronicity as well.
That's what I'm
literally
saying.
shit
Which
that's
is
happening.
closed-minded, at least in the way
Well,
you
that's what I'm
stated it.
saying. It's like I believe it's unwise to be so sure that it's
Right.
like unequivocally it's impossible that synchronicity exists. What I'm saying is there is not enough evidence for synchronicity, and that a lot about it is just way too conveniently explained and it's too vague.
I guess I just don't understand why you buy into it and elaborate on it with
think
that
it's-
belief set.
I think it's psychology and psychoanalysis. It's purely helping me understand human beings and what they do. One of the things human beings do is synchronicity. What am I? A human being. So I experience synchronicity. What meaning really is there in it? It helps me find the path I genuinely want to be on. Because when humans experience synchronicity, they think about the path they're on and whether they're on the right path or not. And
I agree.
if you dive deeper into that, like if you're starting to feel like, oh, wow, this thing happened, I'm on the right path. And then you're just like, leave it at that. That's not what I've done. I dig deeper. I'm like, okay, what path is that? I'm on the right path. What is that path? I'm willing to experience synchronicity and question my path every time. Like, what path am I on? And what comes to mind is all the things that are really important to me. And it reassures me to just keep trying, because what's actually important is subconsciously I know the right answer to the path I should be on.
has the synchronicity ever showed you that you're on the wrong path?
Yes. Because when the synchronicity is happening, there's things about my path that I'm not so attuned to feeling so strongly about.
I feel like when synchronicity hits me and I'm standing at the food pantry, such as this guy mentioning Punk Goes Pop, it makes me feel like I am on the right path, whether it is good or bad right now, because this is just getting me through until I get to the place that I genuinely see myself at.
But what place is that?
Not having to go to a food pantry.
What, so not what it's not. What is it?
Okay, so having food in the house,
Okay. What kind of house?
having somebody that can cook the food at the house, having a big enough house for enough room for everybody to have their own personal space.
So lots of people.
I could see a good amount of people.
We're psychoanalyzing what your path is and what you can derive from that, even if synchronicity's fake, because that's not really what matters to me. Maybe it's real, and honestly, I don't give a shit. I think it's useful either way.
That's how I feel
And
about
I'm
free
on your
will.
side with that. I'm on the side of there's nothing pointing to.
Fair.
What did
I
you say?
agree. Free will is an illusion.
Free will,
Yeah.
whether free will is real or not, I'm going to use it
Right.
the best I can.
Right. I absolutely agree.
And, you know, I think that when he's saying oh, well, synchronicity isn't real. It's like, and you're challenging, oh,
It's
well,
like-
then you use it. Yeah, it is like that.
Dude,
But-
I'm doing quite well
Mhm.
this episode.
So, I am a firm believer that it's the same as, I don't know if I've ever told you about this, Keaton, but when I was trying to come to terms with the way I looked, I was like, I'm not attractive. God, I'm ugly. My beard is whack.
My beard is whack.
And then,
Look like Machine Gun Kelly.
and then I changed my narrative, literally, which I don't understand why people can't understand this. I do understand, but I can't understand at the same time. I
It's
guess
kind of like positive self-talk.
yes. It's important to have that even when you don't believe it. It is a form of discipline. I got up and looked at myself at the mirror every single day and was like, damn, it is real hard to look this fucking good. And then eventually I just believe it. I don't have to worry about anything else. I just believe that that is the case now because I've hardwired my brain to just think that unconsciously instead of, oh, I'm ugly unconsciously all the time. And you can convince your brain of anything, literally anything. I am convinced of that, ironically.
And that's where I think things like synchronicity are definitely the most helpful. It's helping you convince yourself of something. It's taking advantage of your subconscious rather than being run by your subconscious. You can use the tricks that you know your subconscious latches onto
Yes, bro.
to guide yourself on the path you want to go down consciously.
No, you're good. Sorry.
When I see 777, it's not even about what actually 777 represents. And sometimes we look it up, and that's cool because a lot of the times it's relevant to what's going on. That's another form of synchronicity. It's the only times that we look it up are when it feels the most relevant, and then we look it up, and then the saying of the numbers meaning is the most relevant to what's going on right now. But when I see 777, I'm like, okay, even though I'm going through it, I'm supposed to be here, and when it's over, I'll feel way better, and I'll be more appreciative. And we talk about this all the time. I'll be more appreciative of not being broke. I'll be more appreciative of having cars. I'll be more appreciative of having a house that I don't have to share with two other men that is a box, literally, where we can't get away from each other. It's like, I'm just going to appreciate those things. But when I see it right now, it's not saying, hey, you have those things. It's saying, dude, you just got to keep moving. You're walking in the right direction. You'll get there.
Bro, when you're in the future and you're driving a nice car down the road and you pass an address that says 777, you're going to think about what you have.
Yeah.
And it's going to help you remember the past when you didn't have it. It's
Yeah.
going to help you remember the times when you saw 777 driving down the road in the rinky-dink. And it's like, that's another
It is
useful
like-
aspect of synchronicity. And I'm at like 150 right now. It helps you in the future to maintain your reality because there's these significant points
I've
make-
made them important.
right. It forces you to remember this thing.
I only view repeating numbers in the way I do because you brought it up to my attention. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to look out for it and see what happens. And it was like every single time that something important was going on, especially like when we would come up to your fights, bro, it was like repeating numbers galore. Every time. Every time I was coming up to walk you out, it was just repeating numbers galore. And I was like, okay, this is the right thing. This makes a lot of sense. This is where we're supposed to be going. And I take that into consideration. I utilize that to give my psyche the push that is drawing it in that direction because I want that for myself. I want to be the guy walking Keaton out. I want to do a good job. I want it to gain his popularity. I want to be going to every single one of Keaton's fights.
When you go up on that stage, after driving down the road and seeing all these numbers repeating and seeing all this synchronicity happen, then you get up on that stage feeling like, man, everything in the world's telling me that I'm on the right path. It's going to bring out the archetype in you that is doing
the most raw,
right.
the most fitting for that scenario.
So, and it's tough because I see David's point, and it's like,
dude.
Is it even really going to work if you're coming at it from a standpoint of, I don't believe it's real, it's just an illusion, I'm just using it?
Never.
I don't know. I'd like to prove that it's possible to believe synchronicity is fake, but take advantage of psychology when it comes to synchronicity and use it to my advantage, and that it will lead to
So would you
an
guys,
ideal outcome.
would you both say that synchronicity is at least convincing?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's fair.
I think there is a part of it was like you were saying, where I am latching on to that part and letting it drive me forward. I'm latching on to the convincing part of synchronicity that's like, if this is real,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm willing to let that be a utilization to drive me forward. And if it's not real, I guess I got the best out of it, out of nothing.
Noah getting up on stage and doing better because of synchronicity, that is
Yes.
what makes synchronicity real. That's what's real about it.
And that is fascinating to say out loud. But trying to think of exactly what you just said, because I had a point.
Was it about me getting up on stage after seeing a bunch of numbers?
I think it was right before that. Synchronicity is at least convincing, which is cool. Oh! This is probably a humongously biased side of myself. I understand that it's easy to be excited to be convinced by synchronicity to the point of saying that it definitely exists. So, of course, it would be validating a whole bunch of excitement in me to say it out loud just for myself to hear. But there are a lot of things that I am convinced about synchronicity and how it unfolds, and that there could potentially be something outside of just matter and energy that's listening.
I guess my thing is I'm not denouncing that
That's fair.
because I don't really know. For all I know, synchronicity could be the answer to life, and I just need to
Fair.
pay more attention. But that's the same argument that Christians give with signs from God.
Definitely.
It's
I don't want to get on that side of it either.
fair.
But
and,
that's not to say I would never. But
and like, for example, I remember my grandma one time was talking to me about her friend. His last name was King. And he had killed himself.
oh,
And she was watching this, like, selling, like, antique show or whatever the hell it was. And they kept saying the king of clubs or something like that. And she was like, I should call him. I should call him. I should call him. And then she didn't. And then he did that. And that's where I'm like, she said it was a sign from God that she should call her friend. And then I'm like, what if it was synchronicity saying you should call your friend? What if it was her reading in between the lines and it didn't matter if she called him or not, he was going to kill himself? Like,
She psychologically, she knew her friend. We recognized the patterns.
Mhm.
We know what's going on. Noah knows why, deep down, why it's good for him to be out on that stage, walking Keaton out and performing like that. And the synchronicity is just helping stimulate that feeling.
of good vibes.
Because, yes, absolutely. Because, of course, him going out and doing this brave thing. And this, I feel like I said it's like several times just now, but
Damn. He's going for 200.
Yeah, I didn't catch it a single
honestly,
time.
Same.
does that mean I win?
I didn't.
Yeah, you got the most points. Dude, we're almost at the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think it feeds into your psychology, and it's part of manifestation,
Mm-hmm.
psychological manifestation.
I think manifestation and synchronicity are like hand in hand.
Absolutely.
Fair. Yeah, I guess the only place that we tap out or disagree is where ego ends and objectivity begins.
I think there's an objective benefit.
A benefit, yes, but reality, no.
There is no
Other than the reality of the benefit.
like to take it as a sign that you're on the right path, and to believe that in any way is I can't remember where I was going with that.
Objectivity and ego, where ego ends and objectivity begins.
Yeah. To believe
The synchronicity can be beneficial to believe in, even though it might not be real in itself. All right, this has been the Conscious Cast, episode 18.
Tell me why. Should I save the clip idea for after? Because I think this shit would be fucking funny as shit.
What is it?
Where you were just trying to catch Seth back up and he was not catching.
He seemed like he was.
Well, it was like, I could just imagine Seth sitting there like computing what he was trying to say, and then you're saying, da 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 da. It's black and white, and it's
Zooms
just
in on Seth's face.
and it's just your echoey voice coming out like. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much everything I had to say. I don't know about you guys.
Whoa.
You guys.
Everything you
How
had to
have
say
you
for
been?
the Conscious
I
Cast.
feel like you haven't been anywhere for the past hour, bro. We're
Learning.
fair. I respect that.
listening and paying
shit.
attention.
Dude, you
There's
have.
a bunch of different perspectives going on over here. We
I
don't
was
fully
quoting
agree on anything.
Busta Rhymes.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
was.
even hear what you said.
Said listening
Yeah,
and paying
like
attention.
I said, I was learning, bro.
Fair.
Is that not just a general statement?
Fair. I respect that.
It's a quote by
No,
Busta
I was
Rhymes.
quoting Busta Rhymes.
Did you never say them?
You can say it outside
No,
of that.
I-
But I
Okay,
was
okay.
said
Yeah, you
that
definitely-
series of words
Yes.
because of him.
You were pretty involved with the God topic for a while at first.
hoping that they listened and paying attention.
But we're supposed to watch a movie apparently, but it's almost midnight, so I don't know if that still is.
Well, you think I'm
happening.
scared?
Well, I don't mean you, but yeah, I didn't know if that one had to go to bed or.
No, she said she was calling off tomorrow.
Are you serious?
Not that her job can watch this or anything.
Who's calling off tomorrow? Could you give me first and last name?
Do you want their social security too?
I would be pretty. Yeah, I think we could locate them.
I'll give you the first name and last name.
Yeah, let's hear it.
She is off fucking limits, and she is not allowed to be talked about at all. Her name is the A+ interviewer, Mad Key Cat.
Pronouns are
That's pretty good.
/limits.
Off/limits. Refer to her as such.
Next time I post her, bro, that's gonna be the caption.
Yes.
Her pronouns are off/limits. That's a good one.
This is the longest Conscious Cast episode.
Yeah.
Has to be.
We don't have.
didn't even have a topic.
We didn't have a single topic, and honestly, the first hour I was kind of like, "Oh, I wonder what we're gonna be talking about today." And then the second hour, I was
Fucking
like,
God.
"Oh, yep. God always seems to find his
I would
way.
fuck God.
I would fuck God. God's
I
dope.
feel like I would fuck God, but
Yeah.
only because it would be like a godly experience.
Yeah, it would be very. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here's
Does
where
God have
God's
long hair?
useful.
Yes. Or are we gonna have another tangent now?
God's useful because it helps to think about the possibility that
Fair.
if someone could see everything you do, is that really what you would do?
It definitely gives you a different perspective on reality.
True.
If somebody was always watching
Like Santa
every
Claus.
single thing you do,
Yeah.
is that really what you're fucking doing?
Bro,
You're going to jerk off for the 5th time today?
is God adult Santa Claus?
No, I think
Yes.
literally, Santa Claus's whole image, his whole
Naughty
image
or nice.
is whether you're naughty or nice. He is always watching. Always.
Was
Kids-
God just not enough at first for kids or something?
It's easier to not have such a wrathful being.
Santa's jolly.
Santa gives you
Gives you
coal.
shit.
Santa gives you coal.
Facts, yeah.
Gifts,
God-
if you're good,
God gives you
gifts.
eternal damnation.
God gives you
That's like
endless
God's
suffering.
God's equivalent of coal is eternal
Perpetual
damnation.
torture.
Nah, literal. Well, Krampus.
Profound suffering.
What?
Krampus.
What?
Krampus isn't real.
What do you mean? What? Did
What?
you really didn't hear me? I know you. I thought you heard me.
I said what?
I said what? You said what? Who said what?
Krampus isn't real.
Never
Dude,
even heard of it,
Krampus
and I don't think
is-
it represents Santa Claus.
I think it's a good movie though.
Oh, it's a
Wow.
movie. I haven't seen it.
I've never seen Krampus.
It's pretty corny actually.
I
but it's pretty
gleaned
good. I
a
liked it.
piece
Were
of
you gonna say
information
something
in the
before that?
movie.
I think.
This is the after show.
Well, basically.
Kind of tapped out. to be
Anyways,
honest.
what I was saying is
ding.
God will
Connor
be
tapped
watching you constantly, whether you're naughty or nice.
He'll check twice.
He will check more than twice, because he's the adult version of
out.
Santa
And he's gonna
Claus.
send your ass to live in hell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, eternal damnation is your coal.
Which do you not think that being a spirit on Earth, reliving your death, and being forced to communicate with some humans,
You're
is that
not.
a form?
You're forced to communicate with humans.
You're forced.
But they've never communicated with humans.
Like fuck, I have to move this Ouija board. I'm Keaton Maddawg Miller.
Days. I didn't mean to yank that.
No, I was yanking it.
Oh,
I
Days.
did. I did mean to yank it.
I am Days.
Dude,
I got
Asher
3
just
times,
sneezed
now
on
I
my
name drop
wallet.
myself.
Okay,
You wanna yank
Days.
it? Here you go. 4 times.
I'm looking at the laptop. The camera's right here. I'm Seth A.M.
I am the Vanilla Boy, spelled with an E, not an I. This has been the Conscious Cast with the guys.
The longest conscious cast with
Yeah.
you guys. Appreciate you guys.